2025 relating to the graphic health warnings for tobacco products, explanatory memorandum, and other accompanying documents from the Ministry of Health to be referred to the legislation. The report of the Auditor General on Riamo Technical and Vocational College for the years ended 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on Borabu Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificate therein. Report of the Auditor General on Riatirimba Technical and Vocational College for the years ended 30th June 2022, and 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on Nairobi International Financial Center Authority for the years ended 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on the Kiambu National Polytechnic and Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, KIST, for the years ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on hybrid generation of office grid power systems credit number CKE 106601L for the years ended 30th June 2019 and 30th June 2020, and the certificates therein. Kenya Power and Lighting Company, PLC. Report of the Auditor General on Lunga Lunga Technical and Vocational College for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Report of the Auditor General on audit of Human Resource Information System, Kenya, and the certificates therein. Audited financial statements for the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2024. Report of the Auditor General on Chepalungu Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of A. Moani Boys Secondary School, Kasieku Boys High, Kadinotunga High Mosocho, Asumbi Girls High School, Moi Nyabohanze Girls High School, Nyabururu Girls National High School, Kisi High School, Kanga High School, St. Joseph's Nyabigena Boys High School, Voi Boys High School, Murray Girls High School, St. Mary's High School, Lushangony, Isiolo Boys School, Njonjo Girls High School, St. Stephen's Luanga Girls Secondary School, Moyale Boys Secondary School, Bishop Sulumeti Chelelemuk Girls High School, AIC Kiome Boys Secondary School, Kenyatta High School, St. Anne's Mudale Girls Secondary School, St. Bakita Bahati Girls Secondary School, Molo Academy Boys Secondary School, Elbagon Secondary School, Naivasha High School, Jomo Kenyatta Girls High School, Ribe Boys High School, Kombeni Girls Secondary School, Marifano Secondary School, Wenje Secondary School, and Hola Secondary School. Honorable Speaker, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges: Tetu, Kieni, Kipipiri, Kandara, Ndaragwa, Lamu East, and Nachu. Honorable Speaker, there is also the report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificate therein in respect of the following technical training institute, and that is Mukuruini and Madenge. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and the certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges, Honorable Speaker, and that is Madera, Mwea, Kigumo, Weru, Garsen, and Kamkunji. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Honorable Soro, next. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19th June 2025. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its report on the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, Sub 1 and 4 of the Constitution, on allocation of the share of national revenue among counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves the fourth basis for the annual allocation of the share of national revenue to the county level of governments without amendments.
Thank you. Majority Whip, where is the Chair of Finance and the leader of the majority party? I wanted to dispose of the questions.
Honorable Speaker, the Chair of Finance is on his way. We may skip a little bit, and the leader of majority will get here a little bit late today. Oh, but the deputy majority leader is around.
Okay. Is there a member of the Finance Committee who can hold brief when we put the question at third reading? Yes, you can do that. Okay. Okay, honorable members, order. Honorable members, I want us to dispose of the questions. I believe you have your supplementary order paper. Dispose of questions at order number 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Then we go to statements before we come back to order number 13 and eventually go into the committee of the whole. Before we call out, allow me to acknowledge in the speaker's gallery Kiamuriuki Primary School from Chuka Ikambangombe, Tarakaniti, Unity High School from Naivasha in Nakuru, Kamba Secondary School from Daragwa, Nyandarua, and in the public gallery we have Korongoi Girls School from Bureti in Kericho County. On behalf of, yes, honorable member, you want to then do it for everybody?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of this House, we want to welcome all the students from all the counties and the schools that are here today, especially Korongo Girls, the most progressive school and the most disciplined girls' school in my constituency. On behalf of Parliament and the rest of us here, we welcome you to this honorable House to be able to see the proceedings and the things that do happen in furthering the welfare and the education of our students in the country. We welcome to this hallowed place and enjoy your time while you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Speaker and the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Owen, are you ready? Can we now go to order number 8?
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025, question to be put in third reading.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to...
Members at the bar, take the nearest seats.
Okay.
Go on. DK, where's your nearest seat? Wamboka, where's your nearest seat?
Nearest to the Speaker.
Go ahead.
I beg to move that Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members who participated in the debate and eventual completion of this very important piece of legislation so that we are within the time frame, Honorable Speaker. And having said that, I would like to request Honorable Kwenya Thuku, who was one of the members that contributed very much in this bill, to actually second. No, he was there.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to second the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. I'll now put the question, and I'm satisfied we have quorum. And the question is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, question to be put in third reading.
Thank you. Order. Order, KJ and your colleague, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Kenya National Council of Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, again, I want to thank the members who participated yesterday. Yesterday, we had a full house here of, not full house in terms of numbers, but people who actually combed through the bill. And we had a robust debate, Honorable Speaker, and this is a good piece of legislation. Yes, we had the numbers. And I want to thank the members that stayed to debate and to actually go clause by clause. And I also want to thank the chair, Honorable Speaker, who was there. The two chairs, David Ocheng and Kaluma, the sacrifice. We went up to, I think, 9 o'clock, and we did.
There is no sacrifice. They were working.
They were working.
Yes.
They were working. And they did a good job. If you have something like tea, too, you can give the two gentlemen for a good job. But then I also want to call Irene Mayaka, who was here throughout. Yes, to second. You know, I always think you are a third-term member. So Irene Mayaka, please second this bill. Thank you.
Yes, Irene, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. We put the question? And I confirm that we have quorum in the House. I now put the question, which is that the National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment, roles and functions of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development, and for the establishment of the board of the council and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Minority Whip, take your seat. Honorable Millie, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that the appropriation bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service for the year ending on the 30th June 2026, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025 be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2026, to appropriate that sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, you'll note, Majority Leader, that at order number 14, you will be going to a committee of the whole on order number 10 and order number 11. So be ready for that. Next.
Order number 12, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025, second reading, question to be put.
Order, Honorable Angela, take the nearest seat. Benja, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 12, which is that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Roads Act.
Let's go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Harun Suleha. Is Honorable Harun Suleha in the house?
Yes,
Where is she?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
To do what?
Harun, you have no statement to make. You are listed as having a statement to make on behalf of Gitonga Mukunji. You are not in the picture. Questions, statement stayed. Next is Honorable Protas Akuja, member for Loima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the status of social services project earmarked by Budget and Appropriation Committee during the public hearing in the year 2024-25 financial year. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriation Committee regarding delay in implementation of infrastructural projects earmarked for financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, following a public participation hearing by the Budget and Appropriation Committee in Turkana County in the current financial year 2024-2025, Turkana County was allocated 100 million to be shared among 6 constituencies for projects allocation identified by constituent through their respective members of parliament. These specific projects were in the itemized budget and captured in the budget books as approved by this House for implementation by the respective state departments. Loima constituency had 2 sets of infrastructural projects falling under the State Department of Basic Education and State Department for TVETs. They included implementations of projects at St. Bakita Girls Secondary School, which included construction of teachers' houses, ablution blocks, and classrooms, together with construction of perimeter wall or fence at Loima Technical and Vocational Training. The implementation of these projects has not commenced despite funds being budgeted and allocated in the fortheads, noting that the financial year is coming to an end. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the following. Report on the status for implementation of projects approved by Budget and Appropriation Committee during the public participation hearing in the year 2024-2025 financial year. Number 2, report indicating the amount of funds released to institutions for implementation of the identified projects. And 3, specific measures being taken to ensure funds have been released and implementation of projects as commenced before closure of the financial year 2024-2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Budget Committee Chair. Atandi, when can you bring a response? Can we do it by Thursday next week?
Yes, agreed.
Thursday next week?
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Ariko Namoit, Turkana South. Honorable Ariko Namoit, go ahead, Ariko. Give Honorable Ariko. Which one? No, we'll come back to it. Yes, I called and she was not ready. Namoit, give him the mic. You don't have your statement.
Yes.
Why?
They have not supplied it yet to me.
The order paper was out yesterday and you ought to have seen that you are listed to request for a statement.
Honorable Speaker, I've gone to the table office. They said it's here. What do I do?
What you ought to do is when you file a statement at the table office, you retain a copy. You ready now?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Who has a point of order? Benja, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Rico is my member in Finance Committee and I know him very well. And the gentleman standing there is not Dr. Rico, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know how.
I know that.
I don't know why. He's not Dr. Rico, Mr. Speaker.
And I know where Rico sits in this house. Emade, do you have authority?
Yes, Your Honorable Speaker.
The standing orders are very clear. If your colleague wants you to transact any matter on his or her behalf, they have to write to the Speaker. I have received no such written request. So take your seat. I have now been shown a written request which was not available to me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought I would go through that and then just be dismissed.
Go ahead.
Request for statement regarding delay in disbursement of funds from the Hunger Safety Net Program. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection regarding delays in the disbursement of funds under the Hunger Safety Net Program. Honorable Speaker, the Hunger Safety Net Program, HSNP, is one of the flagship social protection initiatives under the Kenya National Safety Net Program and is implemented through the National Drought Management Authority, NDMA. The program targets vulnerable populations in the arid and semi-arid areas by providing predictable and regular cash transfers aimed at cushioning vulnerable households from food insecurity and poverty. Regrettably, for close to 8 months now, beneficiaries under the HSNP have not received the funds. This delay has impacted over 100,000 households, exacerbating hunger, malnutrition, and deepening poverty in the affected areas. This non-disbursement negatively affects the socio-economic status of the communities dependent on the programs. Further, the lack of representation of persons from arid and semi-arid areas in the National Drought Management Authority raises concerns on the effective management of the challenges faced in the areas. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the following. 1, a report on the status of disbursement of funds from the Hunger Safety Net Program to support vulnerable populations in the arid and semi-arid areas, including Turkana County. 2, the reasons for the delay in the disbursement of cash transfer to the vulnerable groups, and a report on challenges facing HSNP related to financing, operations, and communication. And 3, a report on the human resource audit undertaken at the National Drought Management Authority and raising allegations of disparities in ethnic and regional representation of beneficiaries under the HSNP. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Emade. Alice Nganga, or who is in charge of social protection? Yes, Lochaka Pong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the request of that statement is misdirected because Hunger Safety Net sits in National Drought Management Authority, which is in Asals, that is being oversighted by the Regional Development Committee.
So your committee?
Yes.
Alice Nganga, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker. It
I
is
can't
not
hear
under
you.
us. It is not under us administratively. Even other standing orders.
So I direct that your request goes to the correct committee chaired by Honorable Lochakapong. When can you bring a response?
Ordinarily, it would be 2 weeks, but now I think we're going for recess, maybe the first week after recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Response to a request by David Kiplagat, Education. I have been told by the Chair Education that he is not ready today, and the Honorable Questioner David is just chatting away. He's not paying any attention. David.
Yes.
You are chatting away the afternoon when you are part of our business. Your statement will be responded to next week on Wednesday. No, you can't. You are not even paying attention. Yes, pardon? Yes, Tongoyo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you recall last week I did promise the House that today, the Thursday, we were supposed to have the CS Interior appearing before the committee to respond to several statements numbering about 17 to 18 that has been were asked by members of this House. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, the CS did write a letter to us last evening indicating that there is ongoing cabinet retreat, thus making him unavailable for today's meeting. Honorable Speaker, and considering that we are going for recess, hopefully next week, I need your guidance on what I should do with the statement from the members. It's a big backlog, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tongoyo. Indeed, we did agree that the minister will be appearing before your committee. I'm also aware that there is a cabinet retreat. In fact, I had delegated the majority leader to go and address the cabinet retreat, which he has done and just come back. So ensure, majority leader, that the Minister for Internal Security is here on Wednesday to respond to those homicide cases and the requests for explanation. And on the backlog of statements, we are going on recess, but committees will be going on. So pick any date in the course of the recess, notify your colleagues who have statements to come and appear to prosecute them before you. Yes, Wangari?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I had requested a statement on betting, specifically on the game of Aviator, which was before the last recess. You directed that it be responded after recess. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried we are going to another recess, and there is still no communication on that statement. Finance Committee.
Is the Chair of Finance here? What you do, Wangari, fish out the copy of the statement and drop at my office. I'll give direction. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery. Muren Girls from Mwatate in Taita Taveta. Students, when your school is called, you stand up to be acknowledged. Alliance Boys High School from Kikuyu, Kiambu. In the public gallery, Malivani AIC Primary School from Makueni. Ibara Girls Boarding from Borabu, Nyamira. Yes, Majority Leader.
Allow me, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House, to welcome the schools present, the school from Nyamira, and of course, the Alliance High School. Honorable Speaker, exactly 31 years ago, exactly 31 years ago, I left the Alliance High School as a young man, very determined to serve the world, because we had a school motto that said, "You are strong to serve." And every day in the morning we prayed to God that He may give us the strength to grow up to be men who are strong in body, mind, and character to serve fellow men faithfully. So allow me to welcome these students and tell them that they are strong to serve, and they are welcome to the National Assembly, where their representatives represent them and the people of Kenya. And as they work hard in school, they must bear in mind that this country looks up to them, not just as the future leaders, but also as present, active citizens of our country. And we want them to be the best examples that they can be to the rest of the young people, Honorable Speaker. And I welcome them to the National Assembly. I was in Smith House in 1994, as the House Captain in Smith House, and the senior prefect in charge of discipline, Honorable Speaker. That is where you find me being a very disciplined person, because of what I had to lead by example. And that is why even now when I lead here, I want to ensure that each and every one of us, including the member for Juja, becomes a disciplined legislator. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You know, you as truly here went to a better school called Friends School Kamsinga. But two of my sons went to the Alliance High School. Yes, member for Mwatate Mbogo. Hey, Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome my students from Mari Girls High School in Mwatate constituency, Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, this is a top performing school in Mwatate and one of the best performing schools in the Coast region, and I feel honored to have them here in the National Assembly. To the students, let me encourage you to make sure you gather lots of information on National Assembly's establishment and roles during this visit and throughout your trip in Nairobi. This exposure is fundamental to your studies and also to some of you who are aspiring to be leaders in the near future to know exactly what happens in this legislative arm of government. Karibuni sana and feel welcomed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mbogo. Next. Clerk, next. Yes, Emily Odhiambo.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I do welcome the students that have come here, but that's not the reason why I'm standing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. I just wanted to get clarity whether Honorable Wamushomba, is properly dressed. Order. Because she's adorning party colors. She's wearing yellow, her dress is yellow, her shoes are yellow, Order. Everything about her is yellow. Is it appropriate to wear party colors in the house? Because she's adorning UDA colors, Mr. Speaker. And it's against the standing orders of the House. I'm focusing on Wamushomba.
Order, Wamushomba. Nobody has invited you to say anything. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, Wamushomba. Honorable Millie, in the order. In my communication about dress code, the Speaker never prohibited any colors. What we will discourage are party symbols in the House. The Speaker is colorblind in terms of the color of the clothing you wear. So Honorable Wamushomba is properly dressed. Yes, KJ.
Mr. Speaker, my concern is in the veracity of the information being given by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is she really in order to contend that the Honorable Wamushomba is in yellow and everything that she has on is in yellow? What measures does the Honorable Millie Odhiambo have to confirm that everything that Honorable Wamushomba has is in yellow? We would be very concerned, and I saw my leader of my majority, almost my whip, almost rising because of concern is that the colors are my UDA color party colors, and I do not know how Millie can verify that everything is in yellow. Or has Wamushomba come back to the party and promoting the ideals of my...
That is enough comic relief. We can go on with other matters. Yes, Wamushomba, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that my colleague and my senior Honorable Millie Odhiambo can only see Gathoni Wamushomba in the whole House. Yet behind here there is yellow colors. Even our seats have yellow. Yes, the emblem has yellow. I don't know, why are you so particular about yellow? Why are you so particular about this wonderful lady who is in black and yellow? It is because you know I have come here to dissect the finance bill and protect the wish of the Kenyans who you have refused to talk for. That is why you are all talking about me, because you know You know I am here because you have failed.
Order, members. Order. Order. Honorable Mchomba, you are out of date. The finance bill is way behind us. It is now in the annals of parliamentary history and is going to be implemented. So if that's what you came for, then you are out of date. Let's end there. Suleha, you have authority to present a statement, request for a statement. Is it a request or just a statement to be made?
It's a general statement.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a statement of great national importance regarding a blood donation drive scheduled to be hosted by the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, KYPA, on Monday, 23rd June 2025 within Parliament buildings. Honorable Speaker, the KYPA has organized a blood donation drive within Parliament in commemoration of the 2025 World Day, which was observed last week on the 14th of June 2025. This event comes at a time when the country is facing a persistent shortfall in blood supply, with the annual national demand for far outpacing the available voluntarily blood donations. While our health professionals have been working tirelessly to save lives, many patients have to wait and sometimes perish in the course of waiting, simply because the blood was not available in time. This situation calls on us parliamentarians, by virtue of our unique positions, to influence positive change in embracing voluntarily blood donation to save lives. This is because our voices as leaders can shape public opinion, inspire trust, and unlock positive response to the much needed resources for the national blood service. Honorable Speaker, it's for this reason that I invite all members of this House to participate in the blood donation drive on Monday, 23rd June 2025, here in Parliament. Your participation in the drive will be greatly symbolic and transformative. I also encourage participation members to use their platforms both here in Parliament and in the constituencies and counties to create awareness on blood donation and address the cultural, religious, and logistical barriers that hinder voluntarily blood donation. This will inspire the constituent to participate in the ongoing and future blood donation drives to boost blood our banks. Honorable Speaker, to further encourage voluntarily blood donation in the country, I call upon the House to support legislative and budgetary efforts to strengthen Kenya's blood donation system, including modernization of the blood infrastructure, promoting plasma fluctuation, and enabling blood service reimbursement under the Social Health Insurance Fund. At an appropriate stage, I will table a motion to declare the month of June as Kenya's National Blood Donation Month. This will serve as a lasting legacy that will institutionalize annual nationwide blood donation efforts in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Suleha. Honorable members, we go to the next order.
Order number 13, motion. Approval of the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Majority Leader's Thursday statement. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The clerk was in a rush. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 17th June 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from Honorable Farah Maalim and Honorable KJ, they are very close to me. And this is why, Honorable Speaker, because members don't ordinarily listen to this statement, that is why you hear the Honorable Wamushomba not being aware what business was being transacted in the week. So it is important.
Honorable
It is important.
Amchomba, just be courteous to your colleagues. He was not being rude. He just said you missed the point because people didn't listen. Order, Amchomba. It is out of order and indecent for a lady to tell another member, kwenda uko wewe. You should not behave like that. Order, Honorable Amchomba.
You know, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your protection. I was making this point not just for Honorable Amushomba's sake, for the sake of all members of Parliament and the country at large. Honorable Amushomba might have been here yesterday, but she clearly was not aware that the finance bill was being transacted on yesterday. We finished with debate on second reading the day before. We dealt with committee of the whole house yesterday, finalized, and you just put the question this afternoon. Therefore, Honorable Amushomba should just be courteous and pay attention to what goes on in the house better than what goes on out there. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business now scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with consideration of the following bills, should they not be concluded today. The second reading of the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025, and the Kenya Institute of Primate Research Bill of 2024. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper. 1, consideration of the fourth generation revenue sharing formula for counties, which you made a communication on yesterday. 2 is consideration of Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, and resultant committee of the whole House. 3 is consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of services to persons with disabilities by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And 4, consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 44A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, as you had directed, is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 25th June, 2025, to respond to the following concerns raised by members regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Albert Ojwang. In addition, the Cabinet Secretary will respond to the following questions. Question number 058 of 2025 by the member for Ariada, the Honorable Otiende Amolo MP, regarding police brutality against peaceful protesters and unarmed civilians. 2, question number 059 of 2025 by the member for Nairobi County, the Honorable Esther Passaris MP, regarding the implementation of the body-worn cameras in the police force. And 3, question number 060 of 2025 by the member for Suba North, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona MP, regarding the deaths of persons while in police custody. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to remind members that the House is scheduled to proceed for a short recess next week. As such, members should note that the House may be required to sit longer or have additional sittings on some days to conclude priority business before proceeding on recess at the end of that week. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 24th June 2025 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, approval of the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Chair, Budget and Appropriations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Mediation Committee on Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, the committee was constituted by the National Assembly, by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate, pursuant to Standing Orders 149 of the National Assembly and Standing Order 166 of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the committee was established to facilitate consensus between both the houses on the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, our primary role was to reconcile the differences that had arisen between the National Assembly and the Senate on the proposed allocation of revenue between the national and county governments. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform members that the National Assembly had proposed to allocate equitable share to counties of 405.1 billion, while the Senate had proposed to allocate 465 billion to counties, as equitable share to counties. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our mediation, we held a total of 4 meetings. And Honorable Speaker, the process of mediation requires extensive consultations. And to date, I would like to thank the various stakeholders who engaged us in the process of arriving at the mediated figure. And I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, because at some stage we had to engage the presidency to help us iron out some of the challenges that we had in the process. Also, I would like to thank the National Treasury, because we also had to talk to National Treasury so that we could be able to arrive at a figure that was agreeable to both the parties. Honorable Speaker, in the process of mediation, we learned so many things. Honorable Speaker, county governments are doing tremendous programs. And there are so many programs that counties are doing that are not, that most of our members are not aware of. And many times, Honorable Speaker, you'll find that most of us may be castigating counties and saying counties are not making very good progress. I would like to confirm to this House, Honorable Speaker, that we realize that counties are doing so much, especially in the area of facilitating government program, national government program, like in the health sector. Many counties have already onboarded so many people into the SHARP programs. And they are working very hard to ensure that some of these programs are successful. Honorable Speaker, also there are programs that the national government and county governments are engaged in partnership, some of which involve construction of CAIPs, County Aggregation and Industrial Parks. Most counties, Honorable Speaker, have been able to finish some of those programs. Honorable Speaker, there are also programs involving agriculture that counties are engaging in. Many counties are also succeeding in doing a lot of infrastructure like tarmacking of roads. So, Honorable Speaker, the amounts of money we allocate to counties is not in vain, Honorable Speaker. And I want to confirm that both the President and this House are committed to devolution. And to see that the government national government is committed to devolution is to see that, Honorable Speaker, we were able to arrive at a figure which is historical, Honorable Speaker. This is a historical figure, Honorable Speaker, because we were able to move through the mediation process from a figure of 405 billion to a figure of 415 billion, Honorable Speaker. That is an increase of about 10 billion that we were able to realize. Honorable Speaker, this shows that this House and the national government are both committed to devolution. I want to confirm to members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party that this figure that has been agreed upon between the National Assembly and the Senate is very, very progressive. And I would like to ask them to accept this figure because this is a step in the right direction to ensuring that ultimately devolution succeeds. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that when you are in the process of mediation, there are some issues that came up. One of the issues that came up, Honorable Speaker, is that there are what we call non-discretionary expenditures. These are expenditures that are due to counties, not because of their own liking, but because of some of the programs they are doing in consultation with the national government. Mr. Speaker, these expenditures, non-discretionary expenditures, they total to about 34 billion shillings. And, Honorable Speaker, counties have been grappling with how to realize resources to fund these programs. That is the reason, Honorable Speaker, that we decided in our mediation process that we need to enhance the share of allocation to counties by about 27 billion, Honorable Speaker, because this financial year, you remember that the share of allocation to counties is 387 billion. But we were able to add a total of about 27 billion to help these counties be able to fund what we call non-discretionary expenditures. Honorable Speaker, some of these expenditures include housing levy deductions. Honorable Speaker, when the housing levy was introduced, it was not anticipated that counties would be able to incur additional expenditures courtesy of this law. Honorable Speaker, these deductions annually is about 4.1 billion. Honorable Speaker, another non-discretionary expenditure which we realize counties have to bear involve enhanced contribution to NSSF, courtesy of the law that we passed here, increasing allocations to NSSF, contributions to NSSF. Honorable Speaker, there are matching allocations to KIPES, matching allocations to CHPs. Honorable Speaker, all these, expenditures require that we be able to increase our allocations to counties. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that, the process went on very well. We held 4 successful mediation meetings, and ultimately we came to a conclusion that this amount of money is going to help our countries to advance and to prosper. And therefore, I would like to urge members of this House to support this report, to allow us to adopt it and be able to move forward. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to beg to move and I call upon my able Vice Chairman, the Honorable Dr. Pukose, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, and I want to join my chair in thanking the honorable members from the National Assembly who are in that mediation team, including my neighbor here, Honorable GK, Honorable Naisula Lesuta. We also had Honorable Mishi, Samsam, the women rep for Mombasa, and others who are not here now. Honorable Speaker, we also want to thank the Senate team led by Senator Roper for the understanding at the negotiation and agreeing on the mediated figure of 410 billion. Honorable Speaker, this is money that is going to the 47 counties. And once this money has gone to the counties, the law states that the money that has already been appropriated to the counties, it cannot be reduced, despite the fact that maybe the collections might not be, by a KRA, might not reach the target. And that means the national government will bear responsibility. So, putting that into consideration, we want to urge the counties that once you've gotten this money, let's use the money judiciously. Let's the money go into the projects for which they are meant to. Because, Honorable Speaker, whenever you visit counties, some counties like I think Elgeyo Marakwet, Taita Taveta, they've not been able to realize serious development because they are saying with this current formula, they are not able to do any development. But after this mediation, with the new formula now from the CRA and approved by the Senate and which has been forwarded to this House, what it means is that all the 12 counties which were not able to realize meaningful development will now be able to at least do some development. And that, I think, is a move forward, because whenever you visit counties, what you are only able to see in most cases is what CDF has done. You will be able to see schools that have been built by CDF. You will be able to see administrative units, assistant chiefs, SEC, DCC's offices, which have been put, police stations, DCI offices, and all that. But you are not able to see something tangible from the county governments. But we also want to urge the Senate to also provide proper oversight to the counties, because more often, I think there is some bit of laxity in terms of the oversight. But yesterday, when I saw the proceedings in the Senate by Senator Sifuna on oversight to my county of Trans Nzoia, I think it made me happy, because the Senator Kachwang, not the TJ, the other Kachwang, who is the chair of of the park in the Senate. I think he put my governor into his toes. And I hope that my governor, Natembeya, will be able to appropriately respond to those questions. And if he can't, then the Wananchi will be there to deal with him, including myself. So this money that is going to counties must be used for the county functions. Honorable Speaker, when you look at even the budget of the national government, there is 13 billion for primary health care, which is money that is appropriated from the national government. But surprisingly, you go to the counties, many of the other health facilities, level 2, level 3, level 4, are not providing the necessary services. We've also recapitalized KEMSA to a tune of 1.5 billion, which means KEMSA should be able to now supply enough medicines to all our health facilities. And therefore, it calls upon the counties to make sure that the health facilities are properly equipped with health products and technologies, and they are able to make sure that Mwananchi visits facility and gets the services. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the number of the follow functions, the major is health, agriculture, and water. But which county government should be able to make sure that this money that is being sent to the counties at least are able to provide the minimum services that Wananchi are able to reap from the devolution. Because when our elders met in Bomas and came up with this issue of devolution, they meant services going closer to Wananchi. But what has happened? We've devolved corruption. Because you go to the counties and you look at the level of opulence exhibited by the county government, governors, even some governors going with seats to meetings. I think that's not what we wanted. And funerals, that is not what we wanted. Governors hiring goons to move around with goons in their meetings, that is not what we wanted. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I want to applaud the National Assembly Committee that mediated this together with the Senate, and hope that the House will be able to support so that we can have resources being appropriated to the counties, and we have each county at least having meaningful development. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th June 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, 415 billion is not the only money going to counties, because that's just the shareable revenue that counties are getting. There is additional county allocations, a further 55 billion shillings. So when we speak about the money going to our counties this coming financial year, should be that 415 plus the 55, which is a whopping 470 billion shillings. 5 billion shillings above the 465 that our good senators had sought in the Council of Governors. And over and above that, we have close to another 10 billion shillings, about 9.6 billion, through the Equalization Fund that is going again to counties. Honorable Speaker, last evening I listened to the contribution by Honorable Mwalimu Moroto. And, you know, he usually gets very agitated in the evening, I think on account of age.
The order, Majority Leader. There is no scientific evidence that old people get agitated in the evening.
You know, Mwalimu Moroto, Mr. Speaker, yes, there is no scientific explanation, but over the years that I have known him, he usually will come in the evening very agitated. Yes. I have never figured out for what reason. But his agitation notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, he was very passionate about equalization fund money and pleading that this money should have been implemented through constituencies, whether through a model like NGCDF or whichever other model, because most of that money, and I could identify with what Honorable Moroto was saying, because I have been to his county, and they are lagging behind like many other counties. And this fund was meant to uplift those counties that were lagging behind others. But unfortunately, with devolution, the more money that goes to a county, I think the more corruption there is in that county, and the more backward that county continues to be. I don't know why, Honorable Speaker. Because if you look at the counties that benefit with the highest amounts, corruption is also very rampant, and I don't want to name any particular county, Honorable Speaker. And also, Honorable Speaker, the status in which those counties were at the advent of devolution, most of them are still in the same state. So you have to ask yourself, where is all this money going to, Honorable Speaker? When I listened to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee speak and allude to some counties, like his county in Trans Nzoia, I couldn't help but imagine these are the same governors who, when they are accused of corruption and EACC summons them to appear before them or they are arrested, they mobilize goons to even ban EACC and police cars on account of being asked to be accountable of the money. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because these accounting officers in county governments, our governors, must be accountable of this money that is being appropriated to counties, Honorable Speaker. It is true, Honorable Speaker, that many Kenyans are still suffering without medication in their county hospitals. At a time, hundreds of billions are being devolved every year to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. I know we just come from a very painful journey on RMLF. Honorable Speaker, walk to any county in this country. MCAs say it openly that this RMLF money is the only money we would get to eat. Therefore, when we say here that when governors get RMLF money, Honorable Speaker, and I know we are about to do legislation around the issues that the court made a decision on, we must be emphatic and give conditions that will ensure RMLF money goes specifically to doing roads and not just doing maram roads. They must tarmac roads. Yes. We must conditionalize that money to ensure that, because there is no county in this country without a shopping center, without some sort of urban population, that at least this money goes to tarmac roads in those urban centers, or if they are doing in rural roads, roads already identified in work plans by the Kenya Roads Board, so that we stem the abuse of all these monies that are going to the counties. Because we can't give 415 billion in shareable revenue. It is all stolen. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Comptroller of Budgets reports, you'll be shocked. The percentage of money going to development from this shareable revenue. And why, Honorable Speaker? Because if I am elected as a governor today, I will find ward administrators, sub-county administrators, I don't know, village liaison officers, who are on permanent and pensionable terms employed by your predecessor. Then a new governor comes into office, they recruit their own kin and their own friends and campaigners into the same permanent and pensionable jobs. Then they start crying all over, oh, we have no money for development. You have no money for development because you have failed in governance. You don't have to employ every other person who campaigned for you. Grow the economies in the counties, and your supporters and those who campaign for you will be able to get jobs when economies in your counties are growing, when roads are functional, when hospitals are functional. Those economies will thrive, and all your supporters and your citizens in your counties will have job opportunities that will come their way. Therefore, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support With that caution, Honorable Speaker, that when we come to do the law, and I hope the chair of the Roads Committee is listening if he's still here, the Honorable GK is here, that we must conditionalize that money for RMLF. Just like when we do the additional county allocations, that money comes with conditions, even this one for RMLF must come with. And the cardinal condition on shareable revenue must be accountability and transparency in how this money is utilized at the county level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Yes, Farah, I'll give you just the question.
Speaker, while I also want to put my voice in supporting this mediated version of the Revenue Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, I also want to add my voice into the rampant corruption that is so prevalent in our country right now. You wonder what is happening to the law and order in the country here. We have equalization fund, which was supposed to be used to help the counties that were left behind from the colonial days, who were marginalized systematically. And that equalization fund right now, the county governments want to lay their hands on that. And before we could even go far, in one constituency, the governor has the audacity to call the councillor, the MCAs, and tell them, you people have been disturbing me, you want to put a motion of impeachment on me, you can take that one for your ward. 23 million, 20 million, 15, literally parceling it out and telling them that is where you're going to make money. The idea is that these MCAs would go there. I don't know if they're going to accept it. A few of them have called me and they were disgusted by it. And just create some things like a small pans out there out of nowhere without proper bill of quantities there, and they take the money. Whereas I had indicated myself before that we need that money to put in an infrastructure, help the entire rural area of my constituency get the national grid. And by the way, REDEC has got the materials. All they need to do is for the labor itself. That place would have lit up the entire constituency. But when you put that in the hands of governors, then what happens? Only labor and transport is what was supposed, that money, 200 million can lit up my entire constituency, help with labor and transport, and that's it. Because the materials are there with REDEC. But when you allow the county, I don't know why even the executive is scared of the county governments. Why are they allowed to do the kind of corruption they're doing, which is rampant, which is unbridled? Unbridled, literally. It's a runaway, amok, berserk. I think that's where, somebody told me the other day, old age and death comes through the legs. When you get older, you begin losing the strength of your own feet themselves, and then basically the muscles don't work. Why is this country's atrophy starting from the county governments and from governors that are crooked, that have treated the entire resources as personal property? And we have an executive here. And this message goes straight to the executive and all the agencies that are supposed to work with that, who are supposed to make sure that they do the needful in the maintenance of law and order and protect the national resources for the benefits of Kenyans. For the benefits of Kenyans. Because when these things are happening, and they're happening in the manner in which they're happening, with almost zero public participation, and people are making money out of that, and we allow it to happen. We allow hundreds of billions of Kenya shillings to get wasted. And for governors to have their vehicles, take choppers, take planes, and everything else, and literally turn this into a private property. Mr. Speaker, I think we have a problem in this country, and this house being a legislative house, a lawmaking house, that has that express ability to do that, and the constitutional mandate to do that, we better begin dealing with these things very well and saying that we are not going to pass any of these appropriations before certain things are put in place. You remember when we were trying to negotiate the RMLF before the courts pronounced themselves into that, because the governors were the ones who were pushing for these things. And they're also coming for the CDF. And the whole idea of coming for all those things is not to put these things in the hands of an entity, which can, another authority, for the benefits of the people. They just want to steal it. They're doing that with the donor money also. Mr. Speaker, I want to put my voice on this, but at the same time say that we have a problem in the country. We're talking about corruption in the country. And the same corrupt guys are the ones who seem to have the ear and the support of the local people out there. Because Parliament has failed to do its work, National Assembly has failed to do its work, the executive has failed to do its work, the government, the appropriate authorities on the maintenance of law and order to protect the national resources are not doing their work, we have a problem. We have a problem of resources in the country. We have a problem of poverty, rampant poverty. The amount of money that goes out there for devolution should be able to change the lives of the people out there. Change the lives of the people. The students, absolutely, absolutely. And if the Senate is going to transform itself into a body whenever an impeachment is brought for them, then governors are going around dishing money. And governors go out there and try and influence the MCAs in their own counties by sending in elders and everybody there and saying our government is now coming down. I mean, these things are bad. The common man has got to be educated. There has to be sufficient civic education to tell them that every coin has got to be accounted for. At the national level, at the county level, at all levels, including ourselves at our own CDF levels. We are not managing the CDF is managed by a board, but it's got to be, everything has got to become accountable, Mr. Speaker. We have a nation, we have resources, and the resources is not getting down to the people. The people are poor. The Kenyans are suffering. Students are suffering everywhere. Because the little we have for what we call bursary is not sufficient. And the county governments are not putting money into that. They're putting money into building walls and building what we call white elephant projects. And they are the contractors themselves. The governors are the contractors themselves. And consultancies. And God knows what. Fetes and dramas and everything else. So, Mr. Speaker, this House has got to rise up to the occasion. Members of Parliament must take the responsibility of protecting the national resources from everybody who's going to misuse them. If we don't, then we become complicit in that. We become part of the corruption. We become part of the rot. And we can see the kind of problems that are going on in the country. The country is bleeding. There's no question about that. Let us rise up as legislators ourselves, use the appropriate, instruments through the committees and everything. Make sure that we change the laws when there's need to change the laws and stop thugs from stealing national resources. Because we are the lawmaking body. We have the instrument to put a bridle on these things, and we're not doing that. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, and with the bleeding, nation is right now because of the misuse of our resources and the rampant corruption, runaway corruption, and I rest my case, but I'm pleading with my colleagues here. Let us rise up to the occasion to protect Kenyans and protect the minimum resources that we have so that they're put to a good use. There's no medicine in the hospitals. There's nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I give the next member, allow me to acknowledge Kitengela East Adventist School, Kajiado East, Kajiado, Nunguni Junior School from Kaiti in Makueni, Moi Girls High School, Ainapkoi, Uasin Gishu, Don Bosco Manyata from Embu, and Molo Academy from Molo, Nakuru County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Now, Benja, you wanted to welcome school. I'll give you half a minute because you are interrupting ongoing debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first and foremost welcome all the students from Faria schools in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell them welcome to Parliament. I wish them a very nice tour in Parliament and everywhere else they are going, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome in particular Moigal Eldred, because, Mr. Speaker, amongst them, Mr. Speaker, is my daughter. And I'm told the Deputy Speaker also was a student there. So let me welcome all of them to Parliament. I wish them a nice tour. And I want to inform them, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament is created under Article 94 and given functions under Article 95. I wish them that they become great women and great men in future, Mr. Speaker. Some of them will be speaker, one of them will be a speaker like you. Some of them will be members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and other great people in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. So welcome.
Thank you. Honorable members, this motion is a product of a bill you debated extensively and rejected the amendments to the bill by the Senate. And we took it to mediation. Looking at the Hansard, we're just saying what we said when we were rejecting the bill. Isn't that so? So let's have a consensus that I give 3-3, and then we put the question. Because you are just saying what you already said. It's on record. Yes, Wangare? I give 3-3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if we just keep it short, we can be able to manage very fast. And first of all is to thank the Mediation Committee for the work well done. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is to note, just as has been said, that CDF only gets about 50 billion versus 415 billion, which is not visible. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, what the county government should do are 3 simple things. Ensure that the dispensaries and the health centers have a doctor or a clinical officer and have medicine, Mr. Speaker. Because even as we legislate for SHA to work, it will not work if the primary health care facilities are not working. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, even in schools, they only deal with village polytechnics and ECDs. The others is done by NGCDF. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these small things that should be seen are not being seen. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, something I have observed with the county government, there is a lot of donor money going to the counties and through the counties. World Bank money. If you look at the housing programs, Mr. Speaker, the county governments are taking the lead as the ones doing it. Yes, the money is appropriated in this house. If you look at the markets, like the markets in my constituency, I have 4 markets. All of them are being done by the national government, but the county government will own them as their own. So they are using these projects to shine or try to show they are working, yet the appropriated money from this division of revenue is not being seen, Mr. Speaker. The other problem we have in this whole arrangement of county governments, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the Senate. 2 things. There is an obsession of the senators wanting to just become governors. So they have actually punctured their oversight in terms of focus, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, this obsession of calling ministers and CSAs to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, we must be able to deal with it once and for all, because they have then lost the ability and the mandate to call to oversight governors. Because if you look at the CS, the former member here, Mbadi, has gone to the Senate 5 times. To do what, Mr. Speaker? Appropriation and money matters are in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, this problem we must deal through our standing orders. Let us be clear that the ministers and the CSs appear before the National Assembly, because even when there is a discipline issue, it is this National Assembly which can deal with it. Even a censure motion, Mr. Speaker, the Senate cannot do it. But then, Mr. Speaker, they have lost all the time to call the governors to order because they are too busy looking at the CSs and what they can do with the CSs. So, Mr. Speaker, those 2 issues have to be dealt within this House. Otherwise, we will keep going round, and the issue of oversight from the Senate will still be lost. As I support, I would like to put that on record, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to really thank the mediation team and to appreciate that indeed, as everyone has said, that this House must get back its power. That one thing even the Supreme Court has clearly stipulated, that this is the House that deals with the monies of this country and are able to ensure you allocate money that will go to be used in the right way. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the county governments, first of all, you ask yourself, and I want to thank Baba because he pleaded and he said, we give the county governments 450, we have gone 70 plus equalization fund. For the first time, CS body will be able to ensure we are getting the equalization fund. But then now the question comes to, how are we going to use these resources? Yet you find a governor, Mr. Speaker, who has decided you can have as many advisors as you would wish, that this money now will become foreign money trips, which is very unfortunate. That is why we are finding ourselves with challenges, that we are finding the growth of the country is below level. Why? The money we have sent to build growth, to build the markets that are coming in, to build the micro entrepreneurs, the small, medium, is gone, and the governor will decide, Mr. Speaker, what he wants to pay, what he doesn't want to pay. Today, look at our Kenyans who are suffering with diabetes. That today in this country, insulin injection is 750 per day for a patient who is diabetic. And I want to call to the governors. We need to reduce the price. Our people are dying. Health is in your hands. Stop looking for bursary. Look to manage the people, help the people, so that we have lives in our country. How I wish they can concentrate on health 100%. And we concentrate on education 100%. We will have changed our country to a better country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I, Martha Wangare, Honorable Esuda, all of us were in the first Senate. Yes, I have said Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And he was the lead. He taught us. He was our scholar. At that time, we thought we are going to have a Senate that will think through county governments. We never used to summon CSS. That was not our business. Once in a while, we'll summon when we know this is a county function, and now it's going to the dogs. But today, the Senate we have is a National Assembly bill.
In fact, for 5 years, we invited ministers not more than 5 times.
Yes. And we were there and we did the best to bring the foundation. But this Senate has decided they know how to speak good English than any other person. But they forgot when they went to represent us for county governments. It was meant for Mwanainchi who doesn't want to understand English, but understand service. But if you tell the Senate to go back home and speak something different and ask him what is happening just on his doorstep, whether that family has gotten a patient who is sick, he has no idea. He has no, in his own county, he has not done even monitoring and evaluation to understand how many people are sick of the chronic diseases we have. Yet that is the key function that went devolved 98%. So as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, this thing of roads, as in Nairobi, first of all, you cannot bring us Maram. So while you bring this, you should know, as we tarmac, and all counties must start tarmacking, monies that come from national government must be used to tarmac roads, not to make some, I don't know what road, no. We must be serious about this, and we must stop this misuse. And I am pleading with counties, awaken yourselves. 15 years, you are supposed now to be showing us which counties are stronger than others and which are able to now sustain themselves without the national government. I beg to support, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the mediated bill. Honorable Speaker, I was one of the mediators, and we indeed supported the 415 billion because we firmly believe in decentralization, in the principle of decentralization of resources. Honorable Speaker, the county governments that we have today, it is my opinion that we need to relook into this system of devolution. We need to reform it because, Honorable Speaker, we formed this devolution because we want to, or we wanted to achieve a flourishing society, what is called in Greek eudaimonia. And Honorable Speaker, the achievement of a flourishing society comes when we focus on human development index of our country, that is education, health, and the standards of living for our people. But Honorable Speaker, this is not what is happening. This is not what is happening in our counties. We are seeing a lot of wastage of resources. We are seeing a lot of misuse of opportunities where our people should be benefiting. We are not seeing that happening, Honorable Speaker. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to support my colleagues in calling upon our governors to ensure that the resources we appropriated or we appropriate here are used for the right reason. Honorable Speaker, I support, but I want to caution our friends, our governors, to do what is right and ensure that our people are well taken care of in terms of addressing the needs of our society. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Tienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this mediated version of the bill, and I congratulate the team. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are lawyers know that even in law, we are moving from confrontation, from litigation to mediation. So mediation is a good thing. Here, we have this mediated version because we are obligated by the Constitution. But we should encourage ourselves as a House, the Senate, the Council of Governors, that instead of litigating all the time, we should endeavor to mediate what we perceive to be our differences. As a National Assembly, we have been greatly restrained in litigation. In fact, of about 36 cases that I've counted, I think virtually all of them...
We are defendants.
Yes, we are defendants. Yes. They have been initiated either by the Senate or the Council of Governors. So I urge the Senate and the Council of Governors to take that cue, that instead of running to the court, we should try and mediate our issues. In fact, it looks very untidy to a Kenyan that the Constitution says there is the Parliament of Kenya. And then you have the Parliament of Kenya suing the Parliament of Kenya. It's actually an oxymoron. And it is something really to be discouraged. And in it, we must understand that even though the Constitution creates institutions that are independent, they are also interdependent. And that independent must not be taken to its illogical conclusion. We need not be antagonistic all the time. We can actually sit and discuss and agree. Because in fact, if we were to take the hard stance all the time, this House would actually match the victor. But I think this House has purposefully taken a step back for the betterment of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it is a good thing that we were able and we are navigating even the issue of the road maintenance levy. And as we directed yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we'll be having a Kamukunji on it on Tuesday. And as directed by the court, we'll be considering the Kenya Roads Act, Section 6 and 47. I believe that when we look at it, there are two things we are required to look at, and we ought to look at. One is the question of percentages, because the court cannot determine for us how much to allocate, but the court can only encourage that do not exclude. And we will be talking percentages. But I think that we should go beyond percentages and we should talk of purpose. If we appropriate a certain percentage of the roads maintenance levy fund to the counties, it is for what purpose? It cannot be for purposes of constructing the footpath next to my home. I think it is now time to consider, because I think we're all suffering. While we can usually engage with KERA to try and do some maram roads here and there, all tarmac roads, the few that may have been done, are all being now wiped out. So we should now restrict anything that is allocated to the counties to the low volume tarmac in the urban areas within our constituencies. That way we can see what is being done. And that is very important, Mr. Speaker, because, for example, take two examples that are totally devolved. Health. Many of the counties would rush to construct health facilities because that's easy politically, but then not put any drugs because that's expensive and it is not visible. Many of the counties would rush to put a sports facility because that's visible, but not invest in the sports equipment or in the sports tournament. The idea of sports was removed from CDF and none of us is now involved. And you'll realize that in the whole country now, you do not find sports tournaments. You know, so development of top sports talents then just dies like that. I'd like to finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying, in the context of all this is the question of NGCDF. And as Mr. Speaker directed, next week we are discussing this matter, especially the constitutional amendment, and then we go on recess. I would like to urge members at this point to plan for next week so that you are pleased here. It would be a very unfortunate situation if we get to next week when we are supposed to read 2/3 and then we hear some members are in their constituencies, some members are abroad, some members are in their offices, some members are in all sorts of other businesses that usually engage members of parliament, but this is much more fundamental. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Osoro, the last one on this side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker. And I congratulate the teams, both the Senate team and the National Assembly, for coming up with an amicable solution, because in my engagement with the honorable members, both from both sides, I realized there was push and pull, and it really took a lot of effort and utmost wisdom and maturity to even get to that level of 415. Because initially they had even stuck at 425 without deviating, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, even as we get to this point every time, because it's now becoming a norm, that year in, year out, there is an the county governments are allocated some substantial amount of money for development. And of course, at the end of it all, we of course get to this level of engagement and everything between these two houses. With the way the Senate defends, Honorable Speaker, with the way the Senate defends this allocation or the division of revenue bill, and even the way they push for higher allocation to the counties, I wish the same vigor was used to follow the money and see what it does in the counties, Honorable Speaker. Because it is very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, and we really must remind them every time that over 10 years post devolution, Honorable Speaker, we really haven't reached to the level where the drafters of the Constitution envisioned us to reach, Honorable Speaker. And you'll always see, members of Parliament are still being approached to do and work for the people on the issues, Honorable Speaker, that are supposed to be handled by the county government. Because unless utmost civic education is done to the members of the public, to get to know what members of the National Assembly are supposed to do under Article 95 and 96, and what the county governors are supposed to do. Because sometimes, Honorable Speaker, we are approached by people whenever we visit our constituencies, asked about water, asked about the hospitals, asked about feeder roads. We asked about everything. And when we tell the Honorable Speaker that this is supposed to be done by the county governments or the governors, we are told, you know, we are the ones, you are the one we elected. We do not know this governor. We do not know this MCA. You are the one who want to do this and this and this. And sometimes it really becomes a bit of a challenge. But even more important, Honorable Speaker, there has been a pro rata growth or, you know, gradual growth of this allocation from 370, we go to about 380, 385 all through. Now we are at 415. Honorable Speaker, where does this money go to? Where does it go to? We know it gets to the counties, but what does it do? Honorable Speaker, move around the counties across the country. You know their roles. You know what they're supposed to do. It's about the ECD classrooms. You will see challenges. It's about, when you talk about the feeder roads, you will see challenges. In fact, Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was engaging one senator who was in the mediation team, Honorable Speaker. And he confided in me by telling me, Honorable Speaker, that even after pushing for this allocation, we know that out of about 447 governors, it's about 3 of them who are working. Then I asked him then, why then were you pushing for 430? He said, you know, they were just enriching them. It is quite sad. Honorable Speaker, nowadays what this money is used for will surprise you. It's only meant to create a group of people, you know, who are on pay a year every month that move around with the governors, Honorable Speaker, to funerals or to public functions as cheer squads, you know, and they move. You'll actually notice even the standing position is the same. They move from this area. When the governor moves to this side, they go with them. When they move to a church, they go with them. When they move to the funeral, they go with them. And their work is just one. Their job description is one. Cheer us whenever we stand to speak so that everybody will think we are popular. This is a sad reality that counties are not doing what is supposed to be done. Most of these things, Honorable Speaker, that the draft of the Constitution envisioned that the money that will get closer to people will have decentralized all the funds, and the responsibilities will be limited to that area so that the concentrated area of development will be within that jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, this thing is not happening. Roads are pathetic. When you saw them the other day, Honorable Speaker, engaging us over the RMLF, and we had a meeting which yours truly, you sent us, Honorable Speaker, to engage them the other time. We took 4 hours, Honorable Speaker, to debate about 10 billion shillings. We took 4 hours, and we couldn't agree. In fact, they go to a point of saying, you know, you guys, if you do not want to, we'll even close. They threatened us of closing down the counties and downing down the tools. And we told them, we will not feel your effect. Even on your operating, we don't feel you. So if closing down, still, it's inconsequential. And that is why we are promoting the culture of goonism by sending a lot of money just to create goons from this corner to this corner. And I've always said, and I'll still repeat, Honorable Speaker, that you will see when you move around the country, you will see what NGAF does, you will see what NGCDF does. All over, in the public eye, you will see tanks by the gracious ladies from this house, all over being distributed. You will see them doing a lot of bursaries with a meager amount of money, Honorable Speaker, about 40-something million. But, Honorable Speaker, in the billions that the county governments get, you will need a microscope to identify one thing, just one thing, that this county has done this county has done this county has done this. All you see, Honorable Speaker, is a group of people moving around with a convoy of 30, 40 vehicles to one function. And I've always said this, one carrying a podium, another one carrying a chair, another one carrying a carpet, another one carrying a toilet, another one carrying I don't know what. And when they go there, all they want to hear about a queue of all long people saying, oh, Your Excellency, calling. How do you call excellencies? People don't work. They are doing nothing. Stop calling them excellencies. Honorable Speaker, we need to empower the county assemblies. It's about time we rethink how we can be able to empower the county assemblies so that we have a replica of what we have, and they enjoy autonomy of having perhaps ward development funds, so that other than enriching one person who is in charge, that you have to be who is creating a demigod of themselves, within themselves, that if they disagree with you, they'll mess up with your life, you'll not even sleep in your house, they'll send you goons. It is becoming very sad. And even the Senate, we want to tell the Senate, Honorable Speaker, we want to tell the Senate, I don't know what the Honorable Tiana Volo is saying, but We also want to inform the Senate, please do your work. Your work is to oversight the county governments. What place do you have inviting on matters national security, inviting a minister, inviting so and so for theatrics? Yet you cannot reprimand them. You cannot impeach. You cannot invoke an impeachment motion. You can do nothing. What is your interest? Do your work. Your work is to oversight county governments. And if you really have to care about security of the Kenyans across, then invite Kanjo to your places of in your house and then ask them, why do you use rungus moving around and everything? Because that is where that is your work. Stop these things of, fighting for, recognition when you know very well you're playing to the public gallery. You know very well you are simply whipping emotions and telling, we are the upper house. We can engage the minister. We can engage you know very well you have no reprimanding power. You have no power to even call for a motion of impeachment against anybody within the national government. So we urge the Senate to put their feet down and be strong and be firm against the county governments or against those governors who are stealing. And it's actually, Honorable Speaker, about time we ask them, amidst the questions they ask through the PSC, through the PISC of the Senate, what further step do they take to make sure that that fund is guarded? Because all we see is theatrics. A governor comes, sometimes they answer questions their way, and they are told, just go, it's played all over on TV and everywhere, and it then ends there. Honorable Speaker, it is very, very sad. Kenyans are losing a lot of money. We need to find a way to make sure that this money is followed back to the grassroots. We see what happens so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to get value for money and for the taxes that Kenyans pay. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I still support the 415, but I wish it was reduced to 200. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo, you are the last on this side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues in supporting.
Okay, Oundo, share your 5 minutes with Kainan.
I'll do 2 minutes. I'll do 3 minutes and then give him 2. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I said 3-3.
Oh, fine. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues in supporting the allocation of 115 billion to the counties with a lot of reservations. I do not want to echo what my colleagues have said, but the intention of devolution was indeed to have successful development in all parts of this country. During the 1980s, we had so many issues about balanced development. We expected devolution, now almost in the 15th year, to have changed the rural landscape considerably. Honorable Speaker, as we stand today, many of the places in this country have not seen or appreciated the effects or the impact of devolution. As we stand here today, Honorable Speaker, yes, there are a few billionaires that have been created in counties, but many other people are wallowing in poverty, are wallowing in depression, are wallowing in very many challenges, Honorable Speaker. Medical is a very major issue, Honorable Speaker. We request that as we move forward, we call upon the Senate that the biggest letdown in the war of, in issues of devolution. You are a senior member. Those who you have served you as your colleagues, probably find the time one of these days, invite them for a cup of tea and tell them the missing link in the improved performance of county governments is essentially the Senate. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Kainan.
Speaker, I will reluctantly contribute because I know some of us are on retainers here. Mr. Speaker, some of us are on retainers. Mr. Speaker, we have been around.
Order, Honorable Kainan. Either you contribute or you don't.
I did not mention anybody. I said some of us are on retainers here, and if you want, I will mention.
Order, Honorable Kainan. You are out of order.
Mr.
You wanted to contribute, contribute.
Mr. Speaker, you know I've contributed many times, so even if I don't contribute, it will not be an issue.
Order, Honorable Kainan, order. Honorable Kainan, we've bestowed you the title of the Father of the House because of your longevity. And the least I expect from you is to mentor these young members by being courteous, even under stress, by being friendly, even under stress, and by showing the best example, even under stress. That's what we expect from you. And we expect you, Farah Maalim, the seniors. We have young members here who sit and wait to see what is Farah going to say, what is Kainan going to say, what is Bukose going to say. And I encourage you to mentor these young members. Those of you who sat with me in the houses, both here and the other house, I provided mentorship unconditionally. And at no time should any one of you sit back and think that you have the right to speak over any other member. We are all equal, and when we give you preference because of your seniority, take it with grace and speak with grace and end with grace. Go ahead.
You can give it to somebody else.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii adhimu. Na mimi pia nilikuwa mmoja katika wale wanakamati ambao tulikuwa tunafanya maelewano katika bill hii ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa katika hii bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kwanza nataka nichukue fursa hii niweze kupongeza kamati andalizi ambaye imefanya mikakati. Ilikuwa si rahisi, tuliweza kuwa na sintofahamu hapa na pale, lakini mwisho tukaweza kuafikiana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ugatuzi katika taifa hili Mheshimiwa Spika ulikuja ili kuweza kufikisha huduma kwa wananchi wa chini Mheshimiwa Spika. Na maana ya hii kamati ilikuwa ni kuweza kuangalia kuwa ugavi wa rasilimali katika baina ya serikali kuu na serikali za ugatuzi zinaweza kuangaliwa vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Kwa sasa serikali za ugatuzi ama county governments tumewapa ongezeko katika mgao wenu. Ile kitu naomba kama mama county ama mmoja katika wale wa kamati, muhakikishe kuwa huduma zinafikia wananchi. Na hasa katika matibabu na hospitali zetu Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata mgonjwa ameingia hospitali Mheshimiwa Spika katika ICU, mgonjwa anakufa kwa sababu ile mashini wanasema imezimika ama wanasema kuwa haifanyi kazi. Na mimi nataka nizungumze hasa nikiweza kuzungumza katika kaunti yangu, niweze kusema kama mama county nimejibidisha kuhakikisha muongezeko umekuja katika kaunti ya Mombasa na kaunti zingine za Kenya Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho nahitaji kutoka kwa magavana ni kuhakikisha kuwa huduma na hata zile barabara, manake kutoka 405 billion tumeweza kusukuma tumefika 415 billion, na kisha kuna bilioni 55 ile ambayo ilikuwa upande wa barabara, kuna bilioni 10 ambayo ni equalization fund. Hizi pesa zote katika zile ambazo walikuwa wametaka bilioni 450 hata zimeongezeka, zimefika kama bilioni 485. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho tunataka county government, muhakikishe kuwa huduma, madawa yawe ndani ya hospitali. Hatutaki kuona mgonjwa anaingia, mama anajifungua, mtoto analipishwa, mama analipishwa, inakuwa ni wizi Mheshimiwa Spika ama ni dhulma. Hatutaki kuona kuwa wagonjwa wanaingia hospitali hakuna madawa, wakati ambapo juzi na jana tumeona mkutano pale walipokuwa na KEMSA, imebainika kuwa 90 billion imepotea kwa sababu madawa zili expire Mheshimiwa Spika, na Wakenya wanakosa madawa katika hospitali Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia barabara zile zinazojengwa kule mashinani Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata barabara zinawekwa patches, vinawekwa vitambara, barabara haijengwi vizuri kwa sababu kuna mtu amekaa mahali anajua nitajenga barabara vibaya, kesho na kesho kutwa pesa zingine zitakuja, nitazidi kuweka viraka Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zetu hizi tumekuwa tukipoteza pesa nyingi sana, na Wakenya wanaangalia. Tuna vijana, tuna kina mama ambao wanaangalia huduma gani na kuja mashinani. Na kama alivyosema ndugu yangu Osoro Mheshimiwa Spika, kina mama 47 licha ya kuwa tunapata mgao mdogo sana, milioni kama Mombasa milioni 46, lakini juzi mmeona nikiempower mpaka bodaboda, nimewapa bodaboda 40 Mheshimiwa Spika. Hiyo pesa kidogo, vijana wanafurahi. Ukiangalia kina mama wanapata pesa ya kuwezesha kufanya biashara. Mimi naomba counties muna pesa ya kuweza kupatia vijana na kina mama ambayo inaitwa revolving fund. Hizi pesa nyingi hazifiki mashinani Mheshimiwa Spika. Huu ni mwaka wa 3 tukiangalia, na kina mama wanataka biashara, kina vijana wanataka kufanya biashara, wanafanya. Serikali ya taifa inaweza kulemezwa kila wakati. Rais analaumiwa wakati kuna viongozi ambao wamepewa nafasi yao kuweza kufanya kazi na hawafanyi kazi. Mimi nataka niseme hizi pesa tumewapa, tunataka mjenge ECD classes. Kuna wengine tuliona hata senator alifanya oversight, akatoa ripoti yake Mheshimiwa Spika, imebainisha kuwa kuna wakati shule inaandikwa kuwa imejengwa na milioni 100, ukiingia ground hakuna skuli Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka kuambia governors, zile kesi mmetupelekea kule kotini, kesi nyingi sisi tumekuwa defendants kila siku, wakati ambapo nyinyi wenyewe mmezembea kazini. Tumewapa pesa kwa sababu tumeheshimu kauli ya baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga akisema ugatuzi uweze kuimarishwa. Tumeheshimu, nimekuwa mmoja katika wale ambao tumewapa hizi pesa, na sisi tunataka muonyeshe heshima kwa mzee Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa pesa mmepata na kazi mnafanya, sio wizi ndani ya counties Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo namalizia nikisema ugatuzi unaheshimika, pesa tumewapa, na nyinyi pia muheshimu bunge hili, msiwe watu wa kuingilia mambo ya ngaf, kuingilia mambo ya NGCDF, mnakuwa na tamaa ya hapa na pale. Na senators, nyinyi mmekuwa kama oversighters wa kule county. Acheni kupewa vipeni vidogo vidogo, mkija mnataka kulemeza kila kitu katika taifa mkitetea counties. Counties tumewapa pesa, kwa hiyo wafanye kazi, tutataka kuona kazi yao. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank members of this House who have made their contributions on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very, very important in the budget process, that without the passage of this bill, we are not even able to appropriate. So, Honorable Speaker, with the support that I have received from the members and the contributions you have made, I believe that governors have listened to this House, and they have listened to the concerns of this House, that this House expects governors to restrict themselves to their mandate and develop counties with the resources they have been given. I also would like to join members who are asking the Senate to undertake the oversight responsibilities. Honorable Speaker, my observation is that the Senate is composed of very many young legislators. I would like to urge some of those young senators to come to National Assembly, because I think Senate they are misusing the Senate. The things they are doing in the Senate, they should come and do them here in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Order, David, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 13, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th June 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. At order number 14, honorable members, on the request of the majority leader and agreement of the chair budget and approval of the speaker, we'll go to committee on appropriation bill and stay equalization fund appropriation bill to a later date, maybe next week. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Can I call? Order, members. We are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025.
Clause 3.
Order, members. I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. There's no amendment. I put the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover, Majority Leader. Is it? Just take it again. Take it again.
New Clause 4.
New Clause 4. Mover, to move the second reading.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, consulting with the Chair, and I wish to drop that particular amendment, having consulted with the Chair on the way forward.
Very well. The new Clause 4 is dropped on record.
Schedule.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover, you have an amendment?
Yes. Yes. Honorable Chair, I move that the bill be amended by deleting the schedule and substituting thereof the following new schedule, which is in the order paper. Honorable Chair, members are aware that there was recent changes in government where the President pronounced himself through a new executive order. That order has occasioned the reorganization of the budget to reflect the realities of government. And therefore, we have a new schedule that is capturing all the changes that are contained in the executive order. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Elachi, are you on this? No. Your card is in the intervention. Okay. I will therefore propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment, Chair.
Thank you. That Clause 2 of the bill be amended by deleting the words 1,377,366,830,829 and substituting thereof the words 1,877,549,759,302. Honorable Chair, because of the changes that were occasioned by the new executive order, there is an increase in the exchequer vote by 150 million and a reduction in the appropriation in aid by the similar amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, that was a very short committee of the whole. We'll call up the mover to move, to move reporting.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
The chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Fair enough. The mover of the bill to move agreement to the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Dr. Pukose to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Dr. Pukose to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a third time. Honorable members, I now put the question for the third reading. I have confirmed that the House is properly constituted for the purpose of making a decision. I therefore put the question, which is that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be now read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th of June 2026, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order. Order number 15.
Order number 15, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal.
The chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearings of nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 17th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 50 of the Public Benefit Organization Tribunal Act 2013 and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Chapter 7F of the Laws of Kenya, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal, namely, number one, Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno Aroa as the chairperson, Ms. Christabel Mideva Eboso, member, Ms. Elizabeth Mbithe Mulwa, member, Dr. Leonard Kinyulusi, member, and Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Nur, member. Honorable Speaker, on the 17th of June 2025, on behalf of the JLAC Committee, I tabled a report of the approval hearings signed on the same day. I also implored upon members to obtain a copy of that report so that they acquaint themselves with it and are able to contribute positively regarding the proposal that these 5 nominees be approved to this tribunal. Be it go on record that under Section 50 of the Parent Act, curiously, it is required that this House approves members to sit in that tribunal. And I say curiously because it is not usual for the House to approve members to sit in tribunals, especially where, under the Constitution, the tribunals are part of the judiciary. Number two, these nominees were actually interviewed by a panel chaired by the Chief Justice, and the approval was given. Therefore, we may need to reconsider our law. What purpose does it serve for the National Assembly to approve these tribunals? And is there room for rejection? And if there is room for rejection, what will be the grounds for that rejection? I leave that for now to submit that the report we actually tabled is elaborate. It covers all the hearings of the 5 nominees, and I would urge members who have not read it to read it so that we do not have to spend a lot of time on the report. The first person to be nominated was Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno Aroa, who is aged 52 years and is proposed to be the chairperson. This is assistant advocate who actually satisfied all the constitutional requirements as regards the ability to sit as the chairperson. Academic background, experience, she has sat in several other similar tribunals. All this was positive on the part of Ms. Otieno Aroa to sit as the chairperson for the period appointed. The second person to be vetted was Ms. Christabel Mideva Eboso, a young lady of 32 years. This is the representative of the Gen Z. And it's good to speak positively about her. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and has practiced for quite a while. She has also involved herself in various tribunal matters which give her the necessary experience and qualification to sit as a member of this tribunal. The third person was Ms. Elizabeth Mbithe Mulwa, aged 41 years, another Gen Z, whom we were pleased to vet because, again, she's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and fully qualifies to sit as a member of that tribunal. The fourth person was Dr. Leonard Kinyulosi, who is not an advocate. And this is the requirement of the law that two of these members need not be advocates. Dr. Kinyulosi is well educated. If you go to the report, especially on him, he has written enormously about various topics, both in law, in social work, and other areas which are required to have dispute resolution. It is that experience that qualified Dr. Kinyulosi to sit in this board. And the last of them was Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Noor, who, again, is not a lawyer, a self-made person from the northern side of Kenya, aged 50 years. He has also actually studied quite a lot in matters social, in matters religious, in matters where disputes arise. And this being the public benefits organizations. And for each of this house, these are what used to be called NGOs. Now they are called public benefit organizations. We were of the opinion that Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Noor suits very well to sit as the 50th member of the tribunal. So we actually had all this in mind when we looked at the procedure of nomination of these 5 persons, and that procedure was fully satisfied under the relevant act, the Public Benefits Organization Act. The constitutional and statutory requirements were also fulfilled in that all these nominees satisfied the requirements under the Constitution and all the necessary statutory requirements, including citizenship, leadership, ethics, integrity, and tax compliance. Then we looked at the nominees were able to meet the integrity threshold under Chapter 6 of the Constitution. They all demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues of the position to which they have been nominated, and they have the requisite abilities, academic qualifications, and the professional experience to be approved for appointment. As regards their suitability of the nominees for the proposed appointments, having regard to whether the nominees' abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the body to which they have been nominated, we were able to conclude that the nominees have demonstrated deep understanding of the affairs of the public benefits organizations, the dispute resolution mechanism, and their respective roles of chairperson and members. And as a general observation, we were convinced as a committee that the PBODT, which is the tribunal itself, is the only tribunal that requires vetting. And this is why we have made a proposal that we have to look at this afresh to actually confirm whether we should be nominating all members of all tribunals. And I wish to inform the House that we are re-engineering. We are actually going to resubmit. We are going to republish the tribunals bill so that we come up with a Tribunals Act regarding the various tribunals in the country. As we do that, we will consider whether it will be necessary to vet these tribunal members, or we will leave it to the exclusive jurisdiction of the judiciary to have these members sit in those tribunals. Having considered all that, Honorable Speaker, the committee has now recommended that this House approves Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno as the chairperson of the Public Benefits Organization Disputes Tribunal, and also approves Ms. Christabel Mideva Eboso, Ms. Elizabeth Bithemulwa, Dr. Leonard Kinyulosi, and Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Noor to be members of the Public Benefits Organizations Disputes Tribunal. With that, and with a very, very light closing remark, you will notice that age has actually been considered fullest. It's spread across, and that's why we have good words for the Gen Z, because they have a member in here. Number 2, the gender parity, the gender equality, which is a requirement, has been now satisfied in favor of the ladies, because we have 3 ladies sitting in this tribunal and 2 men sitting in the same tribunal. This is a positive step that we actually commend the judiciary for having brought this. Now, with those remarks, having called upon the House to approve the appointment of the 5, it is my singular pleasure to invite the member of Kenya nominated, Ms. Zuleka Harun, to second the motion. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to second the chairman of Justice Legal Affairs Committee and the report that was prepared by the Justice Legal and Affairs Committee on the approval vetting of the members of the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal. Honorable Chair, the committee has noted that all the nominees have met the statutory requirements. They have also met the academic qualifications, professional experience, and all the requirements under the Act. The nominees have also demonstrated their deep understanding of issues to do with the Public Benefit Organizations Act, Organizations Dispute Tribunal, and as well as conflict resolution mechanisms that they are going to employ in their role as members of the dispute tribunal. Honorable Chair, the thing that excited me in this report more is we always fight for the 2/3 rule in every appointment that is done in this country. However, today we are going to celebrate because we have 3 women out of the 5. Here we have women as the majority preferred. And I also congratulate the Chief Justice who has done justice for our ladies in this country. Number 2, we also have the issue of the youth covered very well. If you look at the age of all the members, we have 3 who fall under the Gen Zs and the millennial bracket. I also want to congratulate them for considering the Gen Zs in their appointment. Gen Zs are not only on the streets, Honorable Speaker, we have serious Gen Zs who are taking part in crucial matters of this country. An example is Ms. Christabel Ebosa, who has done so well in the interview, and until we didn't even get a chance to ask her more questions in the vetting process. So I want to congratulate her on that and all the nominees who have made to this list. As I second, I also want to urge the House to consider these members and congratulations to the committee and the good work they have done. I second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that taken into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Public Benefits Organization Dispute Tribunal laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 17th June, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 50 of the Public Benefits Organization Dispute Tribunal Act of 2013 and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal. Roman 1, Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno Arwa, Chairperson. Roman 2, Ms. Christabel Mideva Eboso, Member. Roman 3, Ms. Elizabeth Mbithe Mulwa, Member. Roman 4, Dr. Leonard Kinyulusi, Member. And Roman 5, Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Noor, Member. Honorable Karemba. Karemba.
Yes, that is the correct pronunciation, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to start by saying that I support fully this motion on the motion that regarding the appointment of these very diligent Kenyans to this tribunal. And I wish to confirm that, Honorable Speaker, I am a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee under the leadership of the Honorable Murugara, who led us to doing this very important assignment. Honorable Speaker, what excites me in this report and in the findings of this report is that the members of this tribunal are very well educated. Apart from that, we have two very young members in this report, this tribunal, and who also demonstrated ability in the responsibility that they are just about to assume. And you see, in this country, Honorable Speaker, we have had very many tribunals, commissions, and assignments that have only been given to the very senior citizens in this country. But now, seeing very young people being given opportunities to work in this high-level tribunal now inspires confidence even from the young people of this country that indeed there are opportunities for them when they get the training and the education that is needed of them. Honorable Speaker, also these members are coming from different regions in this republic, meaning that there is a fair distribution of opportunities, and I believe that this is the way to go, and even in the opportunities to come. So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Fair enough. The Honorable Rindikiri, MP for Buri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I would like to identify myself with the findings of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee on their assessment and subsequently presentation of the nominees. Mr. Speaker, tribunals play very great role, especially when there are issues related to disputes. Mr. Speaker, the public benefits organizations are what used to be called non-government organizations. These organizations, Mr. Speaker, are both local and international. And they engage themselves in various activities, education, health. They are also involved in public awareness in various parts of this country. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, you find they are required to adhere to the legal status of the country. Mr. Speaker, we used to hear a lot of complaints and tug of wars between NGOs and the government. And many of them, Mr. Speaker, particularly government requires to know where they have come from, what they are doing, what achievement they have gained in the areas where they are operating. In the process, Mr. Speaker, we would hear there are a lot of disputes. And therefore, a tribunal becomes very important because now when these disputes between the government and these NGOs come, there must be somebody to listen to them. Mr. Speaker, many of them requires legal decisions to be made. And also, we need a lot of fairness, of course, when a dispute arises. And Mr. Speaker, it also provides legal experts. And that's why I need to identify myself with the nominees. Are they qualified to perform these responsibilities? Mr. Speaker, these are lawyers of good standings, and they are people from very strong background, which to me, they are able to discharge the responsibilities of a tribunal. Mr. Speaker, the committee has looked at their CV, which we have also looked at. There is fairness in terms of the gender sensitivity, which is a requirement in our constitution. And Mr. Speaker, they have combined on all the required age blankets. So from this perspective, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the committee has done a good job, and I would like to urge that we support the nomination and confirm them to sit in this very important tribunal. I support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Ariela.
Mr. Speaker, the nominees are qualified, suitable, and appropriate. I support.
Honorable Elachi Beatrice.
Mr. Speaker, you know when Senior has said that, he's telling us we finalize. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, is to support and to say that indeed, as the chair has said, I believe that we must appreciate the crucial role in resolving disputes, particularly in special areas. And this is one special area that is very interesting, an area where I know we've had a lot of challenges in how to work together and really harmonize and ensure this transformation in our people. So, Mr. Speaker, we also appreciate that Article 13C of the Constitution recognizes that the judiciary and the independent tribunals are indeed organs that are given the powers to deal with all the claims and most of the challenges we face in terms of law. So the most important thing is to thank those who applied and to ensure the team now that is coming in, that you're coming in an area that is very crucial, an area where we always have a lot of challenges, especially even challenges of just understanding, and especially the international organizations that we have under this authority that are going to be regulated, that when you come into a country, you come in to enhance and to build trust and to ensure, because you're also spending taxpayers' money that are coming from outside. That person, that citizen in that country that was taxed for the money to come and benefit another citizen would wish to see transformation. And so as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, I also want to really plead that even on all the things that are happening now, we want to work together to have peace in our country. And so even in those organizations, look at your country and remember this is just your country. Work for it. I beg to support.
Honorable Sane, then followed by Honorable Langat. Oh, I can see the Vice Chair of this very able committee, Mutuse. You will also have a go at it. Proceed, Honorable Sane, MP for Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public-private organizations have a wide mandate to perform. Mr. Speaker, I have been a civil society, an employee of the civil society organizations, and they have been doing great work on matters charity, education, humanitarian issues, health, environmental conservation, human rights issues, poverty elevation, a scope that is so wide and deep. However, these PPOs have to behave in a manner, they are expected to be independent, voluntarily in nature, non-partisan, non-profit making, and work for public good. Over the years, we have had issues insofar as them behaving within that required values and principles. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has had problems. We had chaos, civil societies being funded to cause chaos in this country. this country was nearly brought down during the Gen Z demonstrations. They have not been partisan as was expected of them, Mr. Speaker. So this tribunal comes at a time when they are required to at least resolve disputes on matters where things have not been done right. I mean, their leadership has been, they are led mostly by leaders who are privileged and who take their schools to top-notch schools. Yet they want Kenyans to suffer at times. Their purpose is mainly getting funds without regard to where the funds shall be used. They are the ones agitating for LBGT, Mr. Speaker. We belong to a moral society, a country that is anchored on recognizing God and religion. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution recognizes the family as the natural and the fundamental unit of this society, the basic unit, the source of social order. When we have civil society organizations trying to actively propagate LBGT, gay, in as much as there is a lacuna in our laws that doesn't forbid gay, you will see so many people supporting gay. So I think this dispute tribunal has a lot of work to do. This is the time they should at least engage and resolve disputes on funding, disputes on mandate, disputes on so many things that are done behind the country. We were about to lose our country. And I think this tribunal should be up to the task to make sure that we don't lose our stability. We safeguard our stability because we have enjoyed an island of peace for some time. You know, we have Somalia on one side. We know what is happening in Sudan, in South Sudan, and in other parts of East and Central Africa. Mr. Speaker, if these civil society organizations are not audited, if they are not held to task, then I'm afraid we may lose our country. This tribunal should be tough and thorough on these PPOs. I support the nominees. Thank you.
The Honorable Langat David, and then followed by the Deputy Chair of this.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee for the Kenyans who have been appointed to different positions of this tribunal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee is a arm of this parliament, and they have done background checks. They have checked their qualifications, Mr. Speaker, their reputation, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, and they have informed us here that all these Kenyans, right from the chairperson to the members, are all qualified in terms of academics, qualified in terms of reputation, qualified in terms of everything, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, Vice Chair, please give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. Number one is to thank our chairman, the chairman of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the member for Tharaka, Honorable George Kitonga Murugara, for good stewardship of the committee while considering and vetting the nominees. Number two, Mr. Speaker, Parliament would recall that while the Public Benefits Organization Act was enacted in 2013, it was only operationalized recently in the year 2024. And if my memory serves me right, this will be the first tribunal under the Public Benefits Organizations Act. And therefore, it behoves upon the membership, the chairperson and the membership, to set the record straight because they are the trade setters. I am very pleased with the persons nominated to be chairperson and members because, as Senior Counsel Otiendo Molo has said, they are very qualified. Number two, they are a good mix in terms of gender. For the first time, the women gender is more than the male gender in the committee. And number two, they are also well balanced in terms of generational equity. There are those who are of age and there are those who are young, in order to bring the different experiences so that young people in this country also know that they can sit in tribunals, they can sit in public bodies for as long as they are qualified. With those remarks, I want to wish them well, and I want to request members to approve this afternoon, to approve these nominees, so that this sector can have a tribunal that can hear and determine disputes that may arise from the Act and then appeals coming from the sector. Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important for us to remember that the objective of the Public Benefits Organization Act is to create a self-regulating public benefits sector. And for that purpose, there is also the risk, because it is self-regulating, of non-disclosure. And there is also an overriding objective that the organizations, which initially were primarily non-governmental organizations, also promote good governance and accountability. And as you have seen, also part of promoting good governance is to ensure that they are not used for proliferation of illicit flows of finances that may be used to harm either the security or other aspects of our national economy. And therefore, as disputes arise, we want to urge those nominated to put the country first, to know that even the organizations that are funding our public benefits organizations are doing so because of their own interest. They are not doing so because of our national interest at all times. And to be careful that such that public benefits organizations are not used to advance the interest of other nations to the detriment of our national interest. I support.
Madam Mukami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the nominees after going through their names and after hearing from the chair. They all have what it takes. And Chairman, I want also to thank the chairman, because I can see the women are very well represented. We also have youth there. Generally, they have what it takes. And you know, NGOs are really good and they normally serve us very well, especially in my county. I've seen them helping people living with disability, women, and youth. I hope they are going to deliver as we expect them to do, and I support.
Madam Wako, Naomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also confirm my support to the nominees. Honorable Speaker, the nominees who are appointed to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal are well considered. I have gone through the report. I have also seen that they all qualify for the positions, and the members of that committee have done good work, and I also want to congratulate the committee members for that. I also want to tell the nominees, and especially the chair, Eunice Adoyo Atieno Arwa, when they take up their responsibility and when they are sworn in, they should represent the entire country, and they should also represent the interest of everybody, because now that they are there on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all Kenyans, representing the entire nation. I also want to say that, yes, we are going far, because this government is putting a lot of attention to nominating the qualified people for different positions and also representing the entire nation. Mine is just to say, yes, I support, and I support the motion, and let them serve the country in the best possible way, as if there is no tomorrow, because
we have a lot of responsibilities. We need to give our best to the country because this is the time that God has given all of us to serve this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Honorable members, I get the feeling that there's a concurrence. Oh, yes, you want to contribute. You had not put in your card. Anyway, proceed, Honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I support this a nomination of the tribunal members. Legally, this is a tribunal which can be able to sort out a number of disputes instead of escalating them in the wrong forums. And looking at the characters or the people who have been picked as members of this tribunal, Speaker, you see that they are the most qualified people whom we can say that they are fit to be...
They are not characters. They are eminent personalities.
The personalities. If looking at the person, even characters, when it's put in the right word.
Honorable member.
Speaker, when it's put in the right perspective, it's just describing a person. It's not an insult, neither and the meaning, but it's just a way of describing a people. But I'm saying these nominees of ours, they are the best whom we can say that they are best placed at this time to be where they are positioned now. Having been looked upon by the legal committee and scrutinized and the document verified and shown that they are the most qualified, I hereby support their nomination, taking into account that at this crucial time when we have issues as it relates to the police, the law enforcement officers, and so on, is the right time for them. So that at least we can have that balance of confidentiality with the law enforcing forces, because when they have that tribunal which can address the issues which the public cannot be able to address directly, I think is the right time for them to come and play the role as the arbitrators of whatever is going to be presented upon them. I thereby support the same, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Professor Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, what we used to know as NGOs or the public service organizations now are actually an important part in a democratic society. Mr. Speaker, they offer charity in service delivery. Very often, they do the most public education on all matters of public interest. They lobby when we have new policies, when we have new laws. Many times they are the first to actually draw attention to public interest in those issues. And therefore, they are very important politically, and to that extent, they are also very controversial. Often they are funded from foreign sources, and again, that puts them in controversy, particularly when we want to pass laws or we want to do things that are not supported by the public. So, Mr. Speaker, the need for a tribunal for them is important because they'll face many criticisms. They'll face many criticisms. So they'll be accused of many things, and sometimes they may also do things that are not public interest. So this tribunal is extremely important. The team that has been proposed, according to the committee report, have actually gone through the correct process. Each has been found to be suitable, the educational requirements, professional requirements, and experience. I have had the opportunity to interact with some of them, particularly the proposed chair, and this is a lady of great integrity, great industry, and I've seen how she can lead public organizations. I think she'll do a good job. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise also to support this progressive act through JLAC under the stewardship of very able chairperson, Honorable Murugara. I want to say this one will create a very good atmosphere in matters of taming the sector. When you look at the nominees, They are people of high credibility, people of integrity, and I believe the lady who has been nominated as the chair will be very able to rein the sector and more importantly to serve the Kenyans with integrity that is deserved. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this act, and we expect that the members will do what it pertains for the membership and the tribunal. Thank you, Speaker.
There being no further interest, Honorable, the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank everybody who has contributed to this motion. The support was overwhelming. I confirm that the Act came into force in 2013, but we have not had this tribunal established. And this is the right time to do it. Mine finally would be to congratulate the 5 members and ask them to go and perform their duties diligently. Kenyans are waiting for them to receive that justice which is supposed to come from this tribunal. Even if it is quasi-judicial, it will have to deliver justice to all parties that go before it without fear, favor, or any ill will. So with those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Under the circumstances, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of nominees for the department, for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Public Benefits Organization Dispute Tribunal laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 17th June, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 50 of the Public Benefits Organization Dispute Tribunal Act of 2013 and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, CAB 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons to the Public Benefit Organization Dispute Tribunal. Roman 1, Ms. Eunice Adoyo Otieno Arua, chairperson. Roman 2, Ms. Christabel Mideva Eboso, member. Roman 3, Ms. Elizabeth Mbithe Mulwa, member. Roman 4, Dr. Leonard Kinyulusi, member. And Roman 5, Mr. Mohammed Sheikh Noor, member. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 16, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, second reading.
The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Proceed, the Honorable. You're doing it on behalf of your chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly simple bill, Mr. Speaker, because we are seeking to give the county assemblies financial autonomy, Mr. Speaker, by creating what the bill is calling County Assembly Fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I've said, establishes the County Assembly Fund. It also defines the administration of the fund under Clause 5, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it also says what the fund will be able to fund, Mr. Speaker, and also the monies that will be contained in the fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also gives the controller of budget the powers to be able to be, the bill is calling it fewer rights, to be able to checking the account, Mr. Speaker, to avoid corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what will happen is that for every county assembly, they will create what we call the county assembly fund, Mr. Speaker, and this fund will be maintained in the Central Bank of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Number two, the administrator of the fund shall be the county assembly clerk, Mr. Speaker, who can also designate another member to be the accounting officer. Number three, Mr. Speaker, is that no money in this account shall be withdrawn without the approval of the controller or budget. Mr. Speaker, I think for a very long time, county assemblies have worked as appendixes of the county governments, Mr. Speaker, and no independence, because the moment you rely on the person you are oversighting to give you money, Mr. Speaker, you will not be doing your job properly because they'll be controlling you from behind through the financial disbursement, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, I think, is a very progressive bill, which will now make county assemblies to be more independent financially, to be able to do their job well, Mr. Speaker. We are also saying, of course, the monies will go to the county treasury, but in this bill, we are saying the county treasury must, and not later than 15th of every month, must send the money to the county assembly fund for the purpose of the county assembly, Mr. Speaker. So I think if we pass this bill, our county assemblies will be able to better do their oversight role, their representational role, their budget role, legislation role, Mr. Speaker. So I think I want to propose to this House that we pass this bill. We make it county assemblies more independent. We are even saying, even if the money is not used, Mr. Speaker, for one reason or the other, that money shall still remain in the county assembly fund for the purpose of which they had been budgeted for. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support and ask members to support.
You want to move?
I move, Mr. Speaker, that I request members to support, Mr. Speaker, and I want to request my colleague, Honorable Irene Mayaka, to second, and members, let us support our county assemblies.
Yes, Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it gives me an honor and privilege to actually second this motion, which is the Senate Bill
It's a bill. It's a bill, not a motion.
Senate Bill number 39 of 2023 that seeks to actually give county assemblies autonomy that will give them independence. Honorable Speaker, I say it's a privilege because I am a previous member of County Assembly, and in my experience when I was at the County Assembly of Nyamira, there was a lot of push in the County Assembly forums for MCAs to be able to have this autonomy. The second reason, Honorable Speaker, is because currently, and I know a majority of members and public have witnessed what is going on in the County Assembly of Nyamira, where the County Assembly MCAs, the County Assembly Secretariat have been totally put on the ground for the last 9 months, unable to even pay salaries for both the MCAs and the workers of the County Assembly. And this has been extremely frustrating for that particular County Assembly. I have also seen many other county assemblies being frustrated by the county executive because they do not have autonomy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the particular laws, because this County Public Finance Bill is not a Finance Laws Amendment Bill, is looking at the whole spectrum of amending the various acts that are very necessary so that there is no loophole that is left in law. Honorable Speaker, it is seeking to amend Section 2 of the County Assembly Service Act, Section 31 of the County Assembly Service Act, Section 32 of the County Assembly Service Act, County Assembly Service Act, Section 34, and very importantly also, Honorable Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act, where we are inserting Section 109A to E and Section 119, which are very fundamental in, one, establishing the fund, management of that particular fund, and how the controller of budget also comes in terms of just ensuring that there's proper utilization of funds. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the specifications of this particular amendment, which I want to take a bit of time on, is that it is helping to establish this, the specific purpose of this fund. Section 109B is looking at how this fund is going to be utilized. Section 109C is looking at how the monies will be retained within the fund. Section 119 is looking at the viewer rights. So the controller of budget shall have viewer rights into this particular fund. And Honorable Speaker, also very important, is that there is Section 136 that has also been inserted that also looks at if funds have not been utilized, the appropriated funds that have not been utilized, how they will go back to Exchequer. Honorable Speaker, this particular one, I just want to urge the members of County Assembly and the County Assembly clerks, who will be the key administrators of this fund, to ensure that we do not have situations where monies that have been appropriated are going back to Exchequer. Because, as I said, this is something that they have really fought for a very long time. And Honorable Speaker, just to gainsay some of the advantages that this is going to do. One, from the angle of giving them independence from the executive so that they may be able to take on their key responsibility as established in our constitution as members of County Assembly, and do proper oversight to the executive without feeling like they have to be dependent on them or they have to hold back when they're doing oversight just because they're dependent on ensuring that the executive, which currently has the power of the purse in county government, is happy, so to speak. The second one, Honorable Speaker, is increase of public participation. Because currently, as it stands, members of County Assembly and the County Assembly Secretariat are not able to do direct public participation. They have to rely on the executive. So, Honorable Speaker, a case in point, for example, when they are administrating the budget in county assemblies, they have to wait for the executive to give them funds for public participation. And so most of the time, they're not able to actually ensure that they're taking into consideration the direct requests and the direct community engagement, because they have to ensure that the person who has the power of the purse is made happy. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, just to save time and also allow other members to support this, I just want to encourage the members to really support this. The members of County Assembly have been looking for this particular empowerment since devolution began, since the establishment of the 2010 Constitution. So this will be a landmark law that we are giving to the county assemblies, and not only to the county assemblies, Honorable Speaker, as I finish, but also to the members of public. Because remember, in terms of administrative, political administrative in this country, members of county assemblies are at the lowest level in terms of the wards. So enabling them to be able to have funds that give them autonomy, to be able to serve members of the public right down to the county wards is not only this House and the Senate giving the country a law that is very significant, but also we are creating a legacy that is going to help and strengthen devolution beyond our period as members of Parliament. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I do second. I thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Mutuse, followed by the Honorable Nyakundi and the Honorable Makalimul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I am very passionate about this legislative proposal. Passionate because this is one of the most progressive things that the 13th Parliament will have done for this country. So because this legislative proposal breathes life to the objectives of our new constitutional order that we bestowed upon ourselves in August 2010. One of the key objectives that is contained in our new constitution is devolution. Mr. Speaker, the second tier of government this afternoon received 415 billion Kenya shillings to take care of its operations, both recurrent and developmental. And Mr. Speaker, you will realize that at the county level, many governors have been personalizing the governance at that level, and they have been behaving as if they are demigods. And county assemblies, by the very creation of the Constitution, are required to provide checks and balances. They are required to provide oversight so as to ensure good governance, accountability, and transparency in the manner in which the funds that this House has appropriated are managed at that level. But, Mr. Speaker, that objective has been fundamentally in terms of the execution of that mandate, it has been undermined. The chair of housing had interrupted me. Is fundamentally undermined.
The Honorable Chair of Housing, Imrua Dikir.
Is fundamentally undermined.
Don't distract the good.
Because governors have been treating the funds that go to their counties as if they are funds from their own groceries. They are funds that are personal to them. And county assemblies have not been getting their due share, even after budgeting and approval of their finances. The Speaker, you know, if you send a watchdog to watch over the funds at the county and the watchdog itself is not well fed, the likely outcome is that the watchdog will be compromised. And therefore, the proliferation, the corruption is partly to be blamed on the lack of financial independence of the county assemblies that we are giving this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I am also aware that in many incidences, the ruggles that happen in the counties between speakers and governors, between county assemblies and governors, sometimes have everything to do with management of finances. County assemblies, every other time they exercise their oversight mandate, either by inviting members of the executive for accountability purposes, the resultant effect, the reaction by the executive is always to withhold funding to the county assemblies. And therefore, this afternoon, it behoves upon every Kenyan to support the legislative proposal that is before us, so that county assemblies may have the independence, may have the financial independence. And this financial independence will also lead to decisional independence. It will lead to increased checks and balances and oversight. Mr. Speaker, there are those who argue that county assemblies should not be given financial independence because they are not able to manage the finances. And I totally disagree with them, because this is a school of thought that wants to micromanage institutions. The framers of our Constitution, their wisdom was that at that level, there needs to be two distinct bodies, two distinct branches of government, the executive and the legislature. And just like at the national level, it is important that the county assembly, being the second arm of government at the county level, has financial independence. And therefore, I want to thank the Senate. I want to congratulate our own committee led by Kimani Kuria, and here in the House by Ambassador Lagat, and ably seconded by my sister from Nyamira, that we process this bill as quickly as possible, so that as we begin this new financial year, this September, as the President assents to the appropriations bill and funds begin to be disbursed to counties. The monies for county assemblies will no longer go through the county executive in the new financial year. That county assemblies will get their money directly from the National Treasury, and the necessary checks and balances as stipulated by the Controller of Budget and also Auditor General reports will apply in terms of accountability at that level. Members of County Assembly also, to whom much is given, much is expected, as I conclude. And therefore, because you have fought for financial autonomy for now about 12 years since devolution came in 2013, and it is coming to you. Today, I read the mood of this House to be that we will approve. As it comes to you, you are also required to exercise, to demonstrate that you are worth managing your own finances, that you were not fighting for it because you wanted to fill your tummies. You are fighting for it because you wanted to promote good governance, you wanted to promote devolution, and you wanted to exercise independence so that the finances, the taxpayers' money that comes to the counties can have more benefit to the people at that level. And Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I support.
The Honorable Nyakundi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also say a word on the County Public Finance Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39. This is one of the most progressive bills that the 13th Parliament will be remembered for. As you know, the county assemblies have fought for the autonomy of the county assemblies have fought for their autonomy for the last 12 years. And out of that, most of the county assemblies have not been able to oversight the governors as they are required to oversight, because most of these governors have kind of made the funds that come to the county assembly like their own funds, making sure that the members of county assembly are following them so that they can be able either to get development in their constituencies or get something. Most of the MCAs have been made slaves of most of these governors. If there's one bill that I am very happy today to discuss, and I hope that this House will be able to pass this bill as fast as possible, is this County Public Finance Bill of number 39. Because for sure, most of the MCAs, we have been complaining here how most counties are not doing their roads. Most people are complaining because most roads are not being done. If you go to the county, to the constituency right now, every member of parliament is being told, kindly make this road, make that road. It is because most of these governors are not doing their job, and the MCAs are not able to be accountable because they're either scared of the governor or they are scared the governor will not be able to do development in their area. I can give you a good example. If you go to Nyamira County today, Nyamira County has 2 speakers. Nyamira County has 2 clerks. For the last 9 months, they've not been able to move because they have 2 speakers. One who is in the county assembly and another one who's operating from a hotel just close by. And I want to thank the Senate and the Honorable Kimani Kuria for bringing this bill. If there is a bill that will change the things that we see in our county assemblies, is this bill. And I want to also put a word that I'm so impressed because this bill has said that by the 15th of every month, the money that is supposed to go to the county assemblies should go to the county assembly. And in case they do not spend the money, that money will remain there, and even the control of budget will be able to oversee how the county assemblies are spending the money or are spending the resources that are coming to the county government. Just the other day, just today, we passed the mediation bill, and about 415 billion Kenya shilling is going to the county government. I can now clearly see how this money is going to be spent prudently compared to other times. And we want to tell the county governments, kindly make sure that the resources that are coming to you, the resources that we have bestowed to you as the National Assembly, is used appropriately. Let the roads in the county, the roads that belong to the county government, make sure that the roads are passable. Make sure that the hospitals, the level 4 hospitals, the level 1, level 2, level 3, are equipped with medicine. Make sure they're equipped with facilities so that our people back at home can be able to get the medical attention that they require. Like right now, most people are telling us about water. They want water in our various homes at home. But water is a devolved function. And if you go to my place, you cannot see even one borehole or a last mile connectivity of water in any area in my constituency. For the last 2.5 years, I've been a member of parliament. So if there's one bill today, I sit here and a happy man, and by the time we are finishing my 5 years, I'll go home and say, if there's one bill that we passed as this house, is giving the county assemblies autonomy so that they can be able to run freely and smoothly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
The Honorable Dr. Makali.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join my colleagues in appreciating this bill, Honorable Speaker. Being a Senate bill, to me, this bill is of much interest. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our Constitution, it is clearly stated that the Senate exists to serve the interests of the counties. And even though this bill we are discussing today, for me, I think it's long overdue. This should have been one of the bills which the Senate should have processed as early as 2014. Why am I saying that, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, if you take the example of this House and the Executive, the reason why we are able to carry out our programs and activities with a bit of success, Honorable Speaker, is because we control our own resources as the Parliament. And when we talk about financial autonomy for the counties, and more so county assemblies, Honorable Speaker, this debate has been really with us for a long time, just as the debate on what we call the World Fund, the World Development Fund, has been with us. And I see a situation now we are likely to do away with one of these after this bill passes, and then we remain with the law on World Development Fund. But Honorable Speaker, just a few observations, Honorable Speaker. The truth of the matter is, if you are not financially independent, you are not likely to be also independent in terms of decision making. Because if you are relying on the county executive to finance your activities and the programs, automatically then you are not likely to have that freedom to stand your ground and say this is wrong. So, Honorable Speaker, the fact that now we are seeing some attempt to get the county assemblies becoming financially independent, this is something we should support as a House. It's good that we are talking about a county assembly account, a county assembly account, that we are going to have an account where the money for the county assemblies will be sent to after we pass the budgets. And I see it happening like it happens with us, Honorable Speaker, where these county assemblies will be able to present their budgets to the Budget and Appropriation Committee at the county assembly, just the way Parliament does to the Budget and Appropriation Committee of this House. And by doing that, once their budget is approved, then those resources should be sent to their account for purposes of utilization. Another interesting issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue where we are saying the control of budget, just like he does with all the other money drawn from the consolidated fund, will be in charge in terms of budget monitoring to ensure that the resources are applied to the relevant activities and the programs. And Honorable Speaker, the control of budget over time has been complaining that at times you would approve money for different activities and you end up this money being paid for different activities. So I think really the idea of bringing the control of budget is to make sure that whatever money is approved by the control of budget then will be used for the intended purpose. And that's why to me that becomes very important, so that county assemblies can do their work as expected in the constitution, because they have a constitutional mandate. But I would want really the chairs, when the chair was moving this bill, there's something he said which I don't know whether it was an omission or it was just is what is in the bill. That he says the money which is paid to the county assembly accounts will be not, once the year ends, it's rolled over, the way we do the CDF. I think that's an area we need to get it right, because even in this parliament, Honorable Speaker, we don't get our budgets rolling over to the next financial year. Come 30th June, all the money which is not spent is expected to disappear from the books. And that is aligned to our new policy of doing zero-based budgeting. So that once you say you roll over, then you are killing the spirit of zero-based budgeting. So I think that's an area that we might need, when we go to the third reading, we might have to think about that fact, that we ensure the money is spent on annual basis, because our budgeting process, Honorable Speaker, is annual but 2 years rolling. So you have what you call the annual year, but other 2 outer years, which you, for purpose of budgeting. So it should be like that, so that if the assemblies are not able to spend their money by the 30th June of every year, just like another government institution, then automatically they should provide a justification for the next financial year, so that, Honorable Speaker, we don't cause confusion to our financial management issues. And Honorable Speaker, basically, I don't think there is much to say about this, but this is a very exciting moment. I wish this moment came about 9 or 10 years ago, so that today we would have county assemblies which are independent, because the problems we are seeing with corruption in the county executives, Honorable Speaker, is basically because our county assemblies don't have really what it takes to say no to some of the things happening within the county executives. But with this now financial autonomy, they will be able to say no and still carry on their activities. So, since their role is three, is just like ours, legislation, representation, and oversight, now we think with the introduction of this financial autonomy, they should be able to carry that role effectively. We wish them all the best, as now started the new journey with financial independence. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
The MP for Luanda, the Honorable Mungu.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity given that I may also add my voice to this very, very important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, allow me first and foremost thank them that came with the idea of having the county assemblies independent. Since devolution came into existence some 13 years ago, we have, as a country, we have been able to deliver, rather to send a lot of funds to the counties, Mr. Speaker, in trillions to date, 13 years down the line. In this current regime, I was just trying to check, Mr. Speaker, the government has been able to disburse over 1.2 trillion shillings to counties in terms of devolved funding. And this bill comes at a time where we have just been able to pass 415 billion allocated to counties, Mr. Speaker. But one of the greatest weaknesses we've seen all along is that the county assemblies, which are supposed to oversight, which are supposed to keep an eye on behalf of the common mwananchi over these funds, has been limping, Mr. Speaker. Limping because they have been depending on the executive, the county executive, to facilitate, to ensure that they are able to do their work. And therefore, the idea of having a county public finance law, Mr. Speaker, is such a brilliant idea, because it will go a long way in ensuring that all the funds which are devolved, all the funds that are sent to our counties, Mr. Speaker, are properly oversighted. Mr. Speaker, just like in the national government, we have parliament which is independent, having its own budget. We have judiciary which is independent, having its own budget. We have the executive, Mr. Speaker, who have their own budget. None of this, Mr. Speaker, will actually be impaired, or rather fail to exercise or to do its duty because of lack of resources. But on the other side, Mr. Speaker, on the second tier, where the county governments have been, Mr. Speaker, we find a situation whereby our members of county assemblies for a long time have been crying, for a long time have been asking that we have a position which can actually make them empowered enough to oversight the county, Mr. Speaker. We all agree, Mr. Speaker, that huge sums of money have been devolved to the county governments. But yet we didn't give the MCAs enough teeth to bite. We didn't give our county assemblies enough power to ensure that they're able to oversight. What has been happening, Mr. Speaker, is that in some counties, the county executive, Mr. Speaker, has been micromanaging, sometimes holding the purse, sometimes frustrating the work of legislation and oversight of the county assemblies by ensuring that they are not facilitated. And therefore, to me, this bill comes at the right time, Mr. Speaker, that will therefore give power, will therefore give muscle, will therefore give the right energy to our assemblies to ensure that the county governments are oversighted, Mr. Speaker. Autonomy is one thing that these members of county assemblies have been telling us all along, Mr. Speaker, including in Vihiga County, where I come from, Mr. Speaker. Our assembly has about 36 members. One thing they have been talking about is that we are able to ensure they are independent. We are able to ensure they have autonomy. We are able to ensure they are able to do their work without any fear or favor because they are properly protected, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the issue of making them independent, to me, is a great gain, Mr. Speaker, and I want to believe and pray that this will go a long way in ensuring that our funds at the county level are properly oversighted, Mr. Speaker. One thing I like about this bill is that the county executive will not be doing it at its whims. They have been given specific deadlines within which these funds must be given to the assemblies, Mr. Speaker, 15th of every month. Meaning
It's not the county executive that controls that. It is the control of budget.
The control of budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that.
So the actual independence itself of autonomy is total. That money doesn't go through, as far as the bill is concerned, through the county government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's in line with exactly how we do it here in the National Assembly.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that was, Mr. Speaker, is a great deal. And all I may ask is that now that these funds, we have a clause that says, Mr. Speaker, if these monies are not spent, we should not even envisage a situation whereby at the end of the financial year, funds have not been spent because of maybe lack of flair of the accounting officers. What we need to ensure that these funds are given to the assemblies and they actually spent so that they are not rolled over, as Mheshimiwa Daktari was actually alluding to. Therefore, I stand support and say that this is a great gain that will go a long way in ensuring that devolution works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Naomi Wako.
Yes, we say wako with a K.
Yeah, Wako.
Q, not K.
Serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Wako with a Q. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Indeed, you are right. It's Wako.
Yes, Wako with a Q.
Yeah,
yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity once again to add my voice to this very important bill on County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill. I also want to thank the originators of the bill because they have given us and the entire country something that we can all be proud of. Honorable Speaker, when we got the Constitution 2010, it gave us the opportunity to serve this country in a better way. It gave the country the freedom that we have been desiring and also empowered women, people living with disability, and other groups in this country. But this bill today will empower our county assemblies. And putting this in place will give the county assemblies the opportunity, the financial independence that they need. Honorable Speaker, we know that without finances, nothing can be done. Even at a family level, if you have no money, if you are not financially stable, you will not be able to run your family well. And giving this to our counties is the best gift that we can do as 13th Parliament. And again, for those people who are aspiring to be the CEOs of the county government, then we have something in place that will put accountability in place, that will give hope to county assembly, that will also make them own whatever they do at the county level. This will allow for more direct control over the operational budget. The members of the county assembly will have more direct control, and this will give them the freedom to do their oversight. Honorable Speaker, any politician would want to be free in terms of giving their speeches, in terms of politicking, in terms of oversight, and also representation. They have been lacking this particular part before, but when we give now, this will be assented to, then we know very well that our county assembly will be empowered fully. Again, Honorable Speaker, in case of emergency, because there is no much bureaucracy, controls, they will be able, in case there is any emergency, because we know that some of us come from dry areas where sometimes we get flooded, floods affect, drought comes, and we lose animals, and maybe some sickness comes, and diseases come, and people get sick, and all these things. And sometimes you need emergency funds. And Honorable Speaker, for the first time, the county assembly will have control over this money, and within a short time, they'll be able to come together to reason and to approve what needs to be done, which will benefit the citizens. Again, the county assembly will be proud of their work, and also that will enhance accountability. This bill will also enhance accountability. Again, I have gone through the report, and it says it will also ensure timely reporting to oversight bodies. Honorable Speaker, in many counties today, or even in our country today, we have a problem of corruption. And the measures that have been put in place, I think will give us the assurance that there'll be accountability, and they will also be more effective because the funds will be there, and they will also be able to serve their people. Under Article 5, it says, arrange for the county assembly fund to be kept in Central Bank of Kenya in account to be known as the county assembly account. Honorable Speaker, this is something that we should all support, because they will have the funds in their own account. They'll be able to run their projects and programs. They'll be able to do better services delivery, and they will be able to reach out to people that they want to serve and do the necessary projects that are supposed to be done. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, and the earlier we assent to it, the better, so that our counties can benefit from this. Thank you.
Honorable Umul Khair, followed by Honorable Chematian.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the chance to contribute on this matter. And I think it's very timely that we are having this amendment and this particular bill to support the independence of our county assemblies and our county governments to operate efficiently, because I believe the biggest challenge that's facing members of county assemblies currently, it becomes a challenge when you have to work with the executive and still do your oversight roles. So for me, this is a big chance to allow the county members of the county assemblies to be able to execute their jobs with little intimidation. And for this, I really support this particular agenda. But I think my small concern would be we might be creating emboldened clerks within this particular bill. So maybe my proposal would be that we have a particular guidance on how we can address that, because we might have a challenge where the clerks are running everything and might even be undermining the work that should be done in the county assembly. With the issue of corruption in our country, and I think when the devolution
when the crafters of the Constitution were having devolution in mind, nobody envisioned having individual millionaires. But what we are having now is governors who are like the demagogues within the counties, who are undermining development, who are looking...
Madam MP for Garissa.
Yes.
I happen to have been in the 10th Parliament that is basically the father of this constitution. And the same independence that we did for the National Assembly, or Parliament for that matter, was envisioned to go down also. So the only thing that was missing was the operationalization, the laws that were going to operationalize the independence of the county assemblies. At no time at that time did we, as the framers of that constitution, imagine that the county assemblies will be not independent the way the National Assembly is independent.
I get your point, Mr. Speaker, but my point was on the vision of county governments, and the reason for having devolution was to allow resources to trickle down to counties and to allow even marginalized regions to be able to have their own independent operations. But with the corruption issue, we are seeing a lot of governors who are running everything without consultation and with little oversight roles even from the MCAs. So this particular bill will be able to address that particular challenge, and I really support. And I hope we also are able to capture the issue on the clerk so that we can be able to have a very strong county government and county assemblies. My proposal also to the Senate would be that in future we can think of a bill that allows that blocks immediate sitting governors to transition to running for Senate, because they use the Senate as a house to protect themselves after looting for close to 10 years. So the proposal to the Senate should be also protect us from these thugs to transition into these houses, because these are houses that are of respectable people, and we do not wish to have thugs sitting in our house, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
It's over. The Honorable Chematian.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mulkhair is very categorical.
And Mulkhair was very specific and repeatedly said thugs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in support of this bill. This bill, yes, Senate bill, that is going to enable our counties to be fully functional. And I want to also echo your words that this was a decision that was made to replicate what is there. It is also used in all the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the bill, it has categorically shown how this fund is going to be utilized, it's going to be expensed, and to almost an extent that they are actually giving details on how the money is going to be managed. And this Finance Management Act is, if you ask me, Mr. Speaker, is going to help us manage our counties, specifically, and going to every individual county with their own, in terms of numbers, in terms of locations, because it all differs from the regions in this country. And I would really encourage that this is a very nice bill, because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what our MCAs go through, as much as they want to do their work without interfering with the executive, which is the I'm distracted a bit, Mr. Speaker. We have two mics on.
Can you switch off the one with Mulkhair?
Yes. Because as they do their oversight, specifically with the governors and the executive, which is the CECs and the CEOs, they also need to have their own fund that they are able to manage the day-to-day activities in the assembly. Just like the way we do here in Parliament, where we can pay our bills, we can manage our spaces, make sure the building of the county's assembly is managed in proper way. And you know, these are properties of the people of Kenya, and it's supposed to be helping the counties to grow for posterity.
Mr. Speaker, I am keen to also add that in this fund, it shall be used to defray the administrative expenses, just like I've said, and also these buildings and grounds and assets of the county assemblies. This is going to keep these counties in good shape for long. And also the good thing about this fund is that it's going to be, according to the Constitution, it is going to have their accruals and the balances in the county assemblies that end of each financial year shall be retained in the county assembly fund and applied in accordance with this constitution. There's a very interesting one, Mr. Speaker, that says in, I think, Article 109E says, the county treasurer shall, at any beginning of every month and in any event not later than the 15th day from the commencement of the month, disburse monies to the county assemblies fund for the expenditure of the following month. This is going to give proper utilization and going to be a good management in the counties. If you realize, Mr. Speaker, most of the counties are not able to pay their own bills. It's because this fund is going to do a very good service to them. Number two, to add also, Mr. Speaker, is that the administrator, which is going to be the clerk, is able to manage the institution because these institutions are already in place. And for us to maintain and make them useful for all our future, we have to give them opportunity to serve and through this Finance Act. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you, and I want to say I support this Finance and bill. Thank you.
Honorable Naisula, the lady from Samburu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving women in quick succession the chance to speak, because we are always thrown in like beans in Githeri. But thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll take a very few minutes, Mr. Speaker, because my colleagues have said a lot about this bill. I want to support the County Public Finance Laws Amendment and commend the Finance Committee from the Senate, led by the Chair, Honorable Roba, for coming up with this very important bill. And you know, as you have rightfully said severally, that you were there during the constitution-making process, and the Constitution is a live document. It is something that, as we implement it, we learn, we see what needs to be done progressively as a country. And so, this is one of the issues that the Senate has seen is a challenge, and also our county assemblies, because I know many members here whom their county assembly members have reached out to, that when this bill comes to the floor of the House, we support, because they have noted that there is a big challenge when they have no autonomy, and especially of their finances and how they run and manage the resources that come to the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker. It is quite demoralizing when it is the executive which allocates money. And it's like the assemblies are the qualms of the executive, of the counties. And so that they have to wait for the executive, how much money, it's like they're begging for that money, Mr. Speaker. But as you had rightly said, it will mirror what we have as the National Assembly or as Parliament, what we have with the judiciary and also the executive. Because we've seen also another challenge in our counties where MCAs have to run around looking for the ward fund, and if you don't support that governor, you will not be given ward fund, so it's like tokenism to the county assembly members and what they're supposed to do. But also, most importantly, I'm sure once they have their own resources, it will facilitate them better to do their work. Just as we are facilitated here to execute our mandate in Parliament, I think I believe that when our county assemblies are well-resourced, then their motivation, their way of working will be improved. And that is also what we expect to see from them once we pass this bill, Mr. Speaker, and it is assented to. It is also coming in at the right time when we are doing the budget process, and we just passed DORA. So I hope it can be expedited, it can be assented to, so that it can start working
working, Mr. Speaker. And so with that, with those very many remarks, I support.
The Honorable MP for Tharaka, Murugara.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin by saying three things. Number one, of late we haven't seen anything good coming from the Senate, apart from some bills which have been falling when they come here, and some of which we've been rejecting outright, because they've been busy or busying themselves with things that do not concern them. But for now, this period of time as we debate, something good has come from the Senate. A bill trying to entrench a fund in the Public Finance Management Act to secure ward representatives, the MCS.
Independence of the county assembly.
Number two, as we strive for independence of the county assemblies, we must also remind ourselves that we have not had kind words for governors. And this is not out of malice. It's reality on the ground. And we've always said it. If the governors are working well, let one of them stand up and say, this is what I have done this year. I'm competing with the CDF. Let CDF show us what they've done. I will show you what I have done, and I'll win against CDF. While CDF is poultry money, they have all these resources. They have nothing to show for it. Therefore, we continue with being unkind to them, because they're also not being kind to Kenyans when they do not apply monies allocated to them by this House prudently and appropriately. Thirdly, when we pass this, the MCS, who are actually the basic representation at the grassroots, have been crying for the Ward Development Fund. We know very well, we've responded to them by saying this can be local legislation in each of the counties, but there may be an avenue available, and the Senate must look at it again, which is the appropriate law we should amend at the national level to ensure that MCS, the members of the county assemblies, do have a ward development fund which they can use to develop wards, similar to a structure where we have the CDF, which is based at a constituency but does not involve a member of parliament. Also, these ward development funds would actually not involve members of county assemblies, but would be administered in line with the way CDF is administered. We now need to enhance the county assembly's autonomy. And one way of doing it is to establish this fund. Governors who have converted themselves into demigods, and in the counties, they are infallible. They cannot be faulted, especially by members of county assemblies, whom they hold to ransom, so that when they want everything passed, they have to dangle little monies, dangle the pass on them so that they can get the favors. Time has but these funds to ensure that if there is any intention of filtering the money, ensuring that it is not used in the right way, there are interventions and interjections at that level to ensure the funds are protected. Important provision, they cannot overdraw these accounts. which means they cannot overplan. They have to live within their means. They have to plan in accordance with the monies appropriated into these accounts, or however else they are raised, which monies are paid into this fund. It is very important also to note the provisions on utilization of the funds. And this is where we have had members of the county assemblies, whenever they raise an issue, because the governors know they are hungry, they are taken on a trip to Mombasa, where they are entertained by the governor, they are given paltry sums of money, and they drop whatever noble idea they had. This money is going to be defray the administrative expenses of the county assembly, including taking care of these members. Number two, they may be able to acquire buildings, grounds, and assets for the county assembly. This is a very important clause because my county, Tharaka Nithi, as the headquarters at a place called Kathwana, we do not have a county assembly apart from some Mabati building that was cobbled up in 2014 to house the county assembly. Thereafter, there have been attempts to build this county assembly headquarters without any success because there is no money meant for it, and when it is appropriated by the executive, eventually it is realigned to something else, and they continue suffering under those structures. This money, once ring-fenced into this account, will be useful in ensuring that whatever infrastructure the county assembly wishes to acquire is actually acquired without interference from the executive. And many of the other proposed amendments which try to make this fund as autonomous as it can be, and it is that autonomy which the MCS have been crying for. The House of Parliament, beginning with the Senate, whose primary function is to ensure that the county government's function, the county assemblies are protected, must come up with a legislation like this. And we, as members of this House, must also render support to the Senate so that we are able to entrench autonomy of county assemblies in law, and this is to the advantage of devolution. This is in execution of the aims and aspirations of our Constitution in making provision for devolved units. With those remarks, I beg to support this very important bill coming from the Senate.
The Honorable Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in support of this amendment to ensure there is autonomy in the operations of our county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we are so lucky as a National Assembly to have the Parliamentary Service Commission. This takes care of the activities and operations of the National Assembly. Our county assemblies don't have. Yet, in the spirit of good governance, all the institutions charged with the responsibility of oversight.
Honorable Rindikiri, county assemblies also have same thing. We have the Parliamentary Service Commission. They also have a county service.
I hear you, but what am I saying on that?
But they don't have that autonomy in terms of...
They don't have the autonomy.
Financial autonomy.
That's what I said.
Absolutely.
And that's what my point. So, even that county public service board, to a great extent, is also controlled by the executive. Now, in the spirit of good governance, there is what we call participation, principle of participation. Our MCAs they are involved in the public participation when the budget process is taking place. And the MCAs want to be responsive to their wants. But their operations are curtailed because their salaries come through the executive. Their petty cash comes through the executive. Their benefit comes through the executive. And by the nature of this executive today in the governance, they have used that lapse in law to control and manage the county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very, very bad in the spirit where in this era we are exercising good governance. You cannot be a good governor if you are not giving the freedom to those people who are supposed to be oversighting you. I want to give a clear example of our county Meru, where we have been for the last almost like 2 years, where there is no oversight, there is no monitoring, there is no evaluation of what is happening. There is drama everywhere. The MCAs are being divided simply because the executive has taken control of the finances. In leadership, in governance, it is the control of finance that matters quite a lot. And once the governor is in control of finance, the other matters are left now to the mercy of that governor. Mr. Speaker, it is the high time that we support the MCAs to be autonomous in their operations so that they can be able to execute their representation and their oversight for the benefit of the people they represent in every ward. If we have to call in an example of bad governance, we can do a case study of Meru County between 2022 and 2024. And then now, if you want to do a good structure of study of good governance, we can start from last year up to now, where good governance and bad governance is very visible. I want to thank the Senate for the first time, because it has taken them quite a long time. And these are the things they are supposed to be doing. What they have been doing, trying to oversight even the National Assembly, it is long. And I want to thank our judiciary, because the judiciary has set the clear record. And I want to believe if the senators are serious, they will go back now and work with the county assemblies to oversight the executive. Mr. Speaker, this juggling of carrots by the executive to the MCs will come to an end because of this bill. And I want to believe now the cooperation between the oversighters, the National Assembly members of Parliament, and the MCAs will have now the freedom of serving our people without being now controlled by the executive. With those few remarks, I support this amendment and congratulate the Senate for the first time in my being in this house. This is the best thing they have done. Whatever they have been doing is trying to enter into other guys' territory and come out naked. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But when the majority leader asks for it somehow, they do get certain preference. Proceed, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it comes with the job. It comes with
Proceed, Deputy Majority Leader.
In the office. Honorable Speaker, I want to contribute to this very important bill from the Senate and actually congratulate the Senate for thinking about this. This is a matter, Honorable Speaker, that even when I served at the county, we thought about it and said, why can't the county assemblies be given autonomy in terms of funds? This is a noble thing. because many times, just like this parliament, when you are in the earlier parliaments.
Indeed, yes, I was in the 10th parliament when everything used to come through the office of the president.
Yes, and you know
Sorry,
what?
the 7th parliament.
Yes,
When before we got the independence of parliament itself, we depended on...
And that is what we have subjected the county assemblies to, that in the 21st century, they are actually operating on the 20th century paradigm. And to shift it to the modern paradigm, Your Honor, is that we are actually doing the right thing for the county assemblies. The MCAs need to be independent. That, just like this chamber got independence from the executive. For a long time, we have put the county assemblies under the executive. And that's why sometimes, if you want to control and frustrate the county assemblies, then a governor just requires to say, don't give them money. Don't give them resources. You control their resources, you control the budget, and therefore you get the whole thing confused. But this is a very noble thing. The two arms of government at the county level, Honorable Speaker, the two arms of government need to work independently like we work here. Let the county assembly be independent in terms of finances, and let the executive be independent. Giving them authority and resources, Honorable Speaker, gives the county assembly the power to oversight properly the county. So I want to tell the MCAs, as we give them these funds and we give them autonomy, now we want them to start oversighting the county government and the executive of the county government properly, because now we have given them funds and they need to do. But they must be accountable to the funds that we're giving them. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to support this bill from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting that 10 years we are looking at the structure of financial management of these entities. It is a whole issue of devolution, and I think what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that when devolution came, we had this, the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution.
Operationalization, it was the operationalization of the Constitution. Implementation, as you put it yourself.
And also, then we have the Transition Authority, which was taken over. But we still have a Constitutional Implementation Committee in this House. Yes. It still exists. I think that committee needed to be working continuously. Because what really happened with the devolution, Mr. Speaker, is that we actually devolved but did not work out structures before devolution. I remember the debate before devolution, just after the Constitution has been passed, that there was need to put some structures for these counties so that as they come in, they have a rudimentary structures with which they start operations. We didn't do that. We only looked at the laws, and the Transition Authority didn't look at the administrative element. And this is what has brought us here. So, Mr. Speaker, now we talk very much about runaway corruption in the counties. But what did you expect? You give out a lot of money without financial structures to support it. What happened? Unless you are an angel, you will use that money the way you want. And so we are beginning to see, and I'm happy that we're beginning to see, these are very major structural gaps. Now, even if you leave the finance, even the issue of human resource, let me take the issue of health where I'm conversant with. Again, what you are dealing with is lack of structures to deal with human resource. We had the Public Service Commission, then we put the County Public Commission, but there's no link. So that if you have workers, like in the health sector, where workers recognize themselves as the same cadres wherever they are, but there is no uniform ways of handling from county to county. So again, that's a major gap in the human resource management. Even procurement, Mr. Speaker, I think the procurement is suffering the same way. So, Mr. Speaker, I really support this because for once, we are actually taking a serious look at the financial structures that are needed in the county. So this bill brings in what we have needed. This is what we needed to have done immediately we had the constitution or before. In fact, it was suggested. But people who are enthusiastic actually shot it down. And maybe sometimes they saw further and they gave themselves room to use this money. And so now we are putting in this, and this bill is good. It's giving autonomy to the MCAs, but that's the most glaring. But it's looking at all other areas. But then look at the issue, Mr. Speaker, of the autonomy of the assemblies. How can you oversight a person who is financing you? Structurally, it's not workable. That structure will just incapacitate you. And therefore, there's been a lot of disputes between the MCAs and the governors. And it is understandable. It is a structural thing. It would be unnatural if they were friends. It is just like asking a goat and a hyena to be friends. They should understand that they want. It can't work like that, Mr. Speaker. So now, when we give them this autonomy, they can manage themselves, their finances. Similarly, they may not also understand the constraints of the governor. But now when they have the money which is allocated to them, which they are handling, they will actually behave differently. So the issue that you are putting the governors to ransom and the governors, on the other hand, are actually denying you what you need to do so that you become weak and you become obedient, that is something that has gone. And I think, Mr. Speaker, even many of the attempts to impeach governors may actually arise from this dispute. You are denying us this, tutakutoa tu. That is what has been going on. So now that we have put that in place, I think it will also we'll also need, after this has been implemented, to actually go into training and put structures for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but I'll also say we do not only need to look at the financial structures, we should also go ahead and look at the human resource management structures, procurement structures. Remember, we were recently just looking at how can they access funds from grants and from donors.
That would be...
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I support. It's a big move, and it has shown us the way, and we expect more to come from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jaldesa, and followed by Undo Wilberforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I agree with the sentiments of the members who have expressed their views in that county assemblies should be given autonomy to make decisions on their own, not to rely so much on the executive of the governor, because the governors, if they are not able to control, if they do not have the autonomy on their own, then they cannot be able to, say, oversight the county government. And because of that we have many problems in the country. People are taken on small trips, and they think that that is good enough when counties traditionally have had some county the ward fund. These ward funds are not available. The governors take it away at any time at their own whims without any reference to the county assembly. And if they have the autonomy, that kind of thing will not happen. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Yeah, the Honorable Undo and then Kirima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here and support the Senate bill, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill 2023. And let me also join my friends who have been here since the 12th Parliament that for the very first time, Senate has done something. For the very first time. Actually, this ought what they ought to be doing. Anything else is just wasting public resources. This is where their work is. When we were debating, Honorable Speaker, the question of, when we were debating the issue of the mediated version, bill, we didn't have very many kind words about the county governments. And it is good that the county assemblies have been granted autonomy to be independent and work on their own. We hope and pray they will become a strong layer of oversight against the excesses of the county government. The law the bill has presented is fairly descriptive, and I would have actually mentioned some of the issues contained here could have easily fitted into legislations. These are necessary, too descriptive, too restrictive. With those few remarks, I support Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill as it relates to the Senate bill of 2023. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the same with a few remarks as per what is enshrined in Article 95 of the Constitution. That the duties of the Senate, which are enshrined in the Constitution as pertains to the county government, is now, when it's being addressed for the first time since I came in this house, we have been raising issues that the Senate is doubling the work of this house, the National Assembly, of which they take to oversight the bodies which they are not entitled to. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, sir, they can now be seen that they are doing the right thing at the right time. From 2013, when the county government came in and started operating, the county government, the county assembly has been a subject of being mishandled by the county executive. With this bill, whereby the county assembly is going to be financially independent, the county assembly now can be able to think and oversight the county executive without being mishandled or being manipulated by the county executive. This one can go far a little bit, or which after the county government, the county assembly become financially independent, the Senate can go far and draft another bill which can make also development as per the ones to be a little bit funded in a different model from the way it is now, whereby it's the executive or the county government which determine which place is supposed to develop or not. Because the moment the county government is subjected, the county assembly is subjected to that form of method whereby the executive of the county government determines which place is supposed to be developed or not, still they will be so much independent on the county executive in a way that if you differ with a certain governor, it means that your ward will not get any development, and they will determine if you will go back to that county assembly or not. But with this piecemeal and advantage of having this bill to make the county assembly a little bit independent, it will be marvelous for the county assembly to work. But Mr. Speaker, sir, if we look at the article of the Constitution, that's Article 95, which defines the laws of the county, the laws of the Senate, you will find that the Senate has been doing things which does not belong to them, and they have been wasting taxpayers' money for no reason other than what they have done now. That's the first article, that's the first bill which they have come up with, which relates to their work. And if the public is given a chance now, whereby we can go for what we call referendum, I assure you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate will be dealt away with by the Republic of Kenya, by the Kenyan public, because they have been doing what does not belong to them. It's now that they have realized their law, and we congratulate them for that. And we congratulate them for that, and they thereby support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP for Bomet, please take no more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to also rise and add my voice. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support this bill. And first of all, I want to congratulate the Senate for coming up with this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, the reason as to why I'm supporting this is because members of the county assembly, they are representatives of the people, and people are expecting them to deliver. And They are supposed to deliver to their people. So I want to support them that we may give them these funds so their work that they can be seen. Because they will be able to come up with a plan. Now they can plan themselves on what they want to do and the priorities areas. I know these people, because they are not independent, they are not be able to oversight very well the county government and the executive. So when we give them these funds to be independent, they'll be able to do their oversight job very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Fair enough, honorable members. I think now it's fair to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity again now to reply. Let me thank all the members who have taken their time to go through this bill, and they have made serious contributions to this bill. I want to inform the members that I have informed our secretariat, led by one Benjamin Magut, that they must follow this debate and take notes about what the members have said concerning this bill. I also want to request the members who are present and those who are not present, Mr. Speaker, that they can make suggestions for improvements at the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think as a committee we are open for ideas which all these members you have the right to propose at the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, I think we have done a fair job to this bill. I reply.
Fair enough. Honorable members, I now put the question that the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023 be read a second time. As many have the opinion say aye. Aye. As many have the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Assembly Services Act and the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 17, motion, consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of services to persons with disabilities by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities.
Order, honorable members. That order number 17 is deferred. I think we have a communication from the chair of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, on Social Service Administration and Agriculture, to put this. I direct that this be put on the order paper at an appropriate time when the chair is ready to move. Next order.
Order number 18, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, second reading.
I also wish to communicate that are you going to move that? You had given majority leader, a substantive majority leader had given indication initially that he wanted this to be deferred.
We actually agree that it be deferred for next when Parliament sits.
Okay,
Thank you,
fair enough. Under the circumstances, that one is that order number 18 is deferred to an appropriate date in the future. Next order.
Order number 19, the Kenya Institute of Primate Research Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2024, second reading.
The Honorable Chair of the Departmental Committee on Health, do you wish to move that? Okay, fair enough. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to move bill on the Kenya Institute of Primate Research 2024, bill number 52 of 2024. Honourable Speaker, let me begin by thanking the members of our Health Committee that I chair for their support in the preparation and tabling of the committee report on the bill in this House. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Institute of Primate Research Bill 2024, National Bill Assembly number 52 of 2024, by the Departmental Committee on Health was published on 26 November 2024. The bill was read for the first time in this House on Thursday, 5th December 2024, and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration and reporting to the House pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127. Mr. Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to make provision for the establishment, powers and functions of the Institute of Primate Research. Mr. Speaker, this institute does conduct research using non-human primates and other experimental animals for the improvement of human health through innovative preclinical research. Basically, this is an institution that exists and it's just doing research using primates and other animals, particularly the basic research that we normally do in the development of medicines, vaccines, when they still cannot be actually applied on human beings. And this bill therefore seeks to actually establish this in law and give it the powers and proper functions according to the law. Mr. Speaker, currently this is operating under legal notice number 273 of the 2017 to of the Kenya Institute of the Science and Technology Innovative Act. So, Mr. Speaker, it is operating under legal notice under that act. And what this bill intends to do, Mr. Speaker, is now to establish a full act on which it will operate so that it becomes a legal entity on its own. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because from 1958, when this institute was actually established, it has been operating, but without a law, just under legal notice. And this institute is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, for the primary research, as I said, on vaccines and medicines, and therefore we now need to establish it under its own Act of Parliament.
Honorable Inyikal, the next time this debate on this bill resumes, you have 41 minutes to contribute, to move actually. Okay. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th of June, the year 2025 at 2:30 p.m.